Hello, thank you. Excuse me, if we can have it quiet, please, that would be great. And so this is actually, we're starting off with a workshop. This is not the city council meeting. I think many of you are here for a city council meeting. The workshop is also public, so you're welcome to stay. However, the city council meeting will begin at 7 o'clock. Administrator Hunter, we are ready for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I'm here to present an overview of the FY23 budget presentation. Beginning with the total municipal expenditures, we're looking at a total budget request at this point of $50,771,484. That represents about a 3.67 or so percent $1 million increase, or 7.8%. I'm happy to say that is at least, well, that's not good. Let's exactly try this again. We were thinking. In more ways than one. Let's try this again. Apparently technology is not going to be our friend tonight. Come on.
Are you just emphasizing that 7.8%?
Exactly. That's
what he had.
That was not the way it was supposed to start, let me tell you. No. Let's try it again. We'll go the old-fashioned way. Nope, that's not even working. All right, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. We'll try it this way. And I'm reluctant to keep it in show mode, so we're going to keep it in this mode because it keeps jumping to the end. So based upon that, that represents a $4.6 million decrease from the department request. So of that amount, $427,651 represents true eliminations from the department requests. Another 4.2%, $2 million represents those items that have been moved from the operating budget into fund balance. Looking at the individual categories, you'll notice that personal services increased by $1,747,634. That amount includes the 3 current frozen positions in the FY22 budget. That makes up 2 police officers and an engineering tech position in Public Works at a cost of $248,000. This amount also covers all contractual obligations that are currently in place except for 1 open bargaining unit. Fringe benefits are up by $773,000, essentially $800. That includes the 3.6% health insurance increase this past January 1st, 1/1 of 22, as well as an anticipated 8.5% increase 1/1 of 23. And that estimate may be revised as we get closer and get more of our health insurance experience rating back. Debt service has decreased by $23,649, which includes our most recent bond sale. So we are now to the point where replacing debt service with debt service and keeping the budget, or the attempt is to keep the overall budget neutral. I keep going the other way and I'm hoping it'll, but apparently not. Joint agencies in total are up $222,000. That is comprised of the airport's increase of $33,000, the transit committees at $125,000, and 911 is asking for an additional $63,734. Supplies climbed by $248,000. Of that amount, $115,000 represents increases in gas and diesel only. So that's 46% of that budgetary increase relates to that one line item citywide. Contractual services have risen by just under $700,000. Citywide utilities, CMP, and so forth represents about $101,000 of that. The other two components include the increase in the contract solid waste hauling, as well as citywide and department-specific training. That's been essentially shuttered the last 2 years during the pandemic, so you're seeing a lot of increase in training and mileage and travels and so forth. Looking at the revenue side of the house, right now we're looking at about a 1.13% increase, or $147,000. We are anticipated increase in highway aid of about $14,000, state revenue sharing at $225,000, and other license and permits at $20,000. General assistance aid is down by $37,800, and that represents the state reimbursement of 70% of our general assistance aid budget. So by having a decrease in this line item, the actual expenditure line items are decreasing as well. So that's a good sign. As you saw during the capital improvement presentation, all of our parking garages are currently experiencing gate and ticketing malfunctions. So we're still seeing a decline in parking revenue. In this particular case, it's impacting this fiscal year by $68,000. The trash program is down about $8,500. That's for apartment building trash program, those units that are on the city's trash program. And with the current interest rate environment, investment earnings are down about $14,000. The good thing in this particular area, as we move through the budget process, we'll feel more secure about seeing where we end this fiscal year with revenues. So during this process, we will probably be able to tweak the revenue line items, specifically state revenue sharing. My understanding is preliminary estimates hit the internet today to be able to see what we can anticipate for revenue sharing numbers, and see what we can tweak as far as the revenue side of the house in this budget. New program and service requests. For the new counselors, what we do when we build our budget is based upon current operations and current personnel and so forth. Meanwhile, departments have the opportunity to request new programs and services. They could include increasing personnel capacity within their department, electing to undertake efficiencies and contractual services, or undertake or request new capital and programming. This year, the new program and service requests totaled $1,062,440. And the utility funds had two additional requests of about $101,000. You will be receiving an email that has all of the department's descriptions of each one of those requests, and we'll talk about them in more detail as we move through the budget workshops. I am happy to say this year, as we moved through the budget process, the management team got together and priority ranked each other's new programs and services. So when you look at the budget document on page 18, you will see the listing in detail. You will also see the management team's priority order of those requests. Currently, all of the capital expenditures have moved from the operating budget into fund balance funding, and that totals $6,910,488. Additionally, the city bond requests are now reduced to $13,524,000, and then the school bond requests are a little over $1 million at this point. Those two amounts still exceed the 80% budget limitation, or bond limitation. So just to make sure everybody's on the same page on how the fund balance calculation works and how we're able to move that $6.9 million from the operating budget to fund balance coverage. City uses a snapshot of the previous fiscal year. In this case, that's June 30th of 2021. We look at our unassigned fund balance. And that's the city only. That does not include the school department. So that totaled a little over $25 million. That is compared to all revenues and transfers. That does include the school revenue and transfers. So all revenues and transfers totaled $146,390,000, giving us a coverage of 17.11%. And as a reminder, the policy has a floor of 8% and a ceiling of 12%. And you can see the equivalent numbers. This year, however, the City Council has elected to do 4 supplemental appropriations. That includes a set aside of $2 million from UCMLA. There was another $250,000 set aside for the Gender and Franco Center's capital campaign. There was an additional $305,521 that was approved for the Armory to begin their design work for the upcoming rehab in anticipation of the Maples coming into that building. And lastly, because of the competitive pricing that we received, the council elected to the purchase of the fire's self-contained breathing apparatus was split over 2 years. But because we received such good pricing, we elected to do a supplemental appropriation for another $105,000 to buy it all in the current year and achieve that pricing. So using that additional $2,660,000 reduced our coverage to 15.29%. As we noticed on the previous slide, we're using $6.9 million, leaving us 10.57% coverage. That is a lot of money to use, so reviewing those capital lists and kind of whittling those projects down further. I've talked to both the management team, and I suggest council, go through that list pretty closely too, to see if we can kind of postpone some of those outlays. At this point, we're still within the fund balance policy, and we have a cushion of about $840,000. To give you a brief snapshot of the school department, he's looking at total revenue increase of $3,784,000, or 5.74%. The carry forward decreased by about $14,000, so he's looking at balancing his budget with $5.1 million. Total expenditures are up by $9,191,813, or 9.88%. This was his introductory budget. He is looking at presenting you a revised budget. As a reminder, this first school and City Council joint budget presentation is Monday night at 5:30 at Connors School. You will be receiving their revised budget book on Thursday night during the council workshop. So this year marks the first year that we are using the new charter amendment language to look at our overall budget limitation on the municipal side of the tax levy. We are using the consumer price index of the urban northeast. That snapshot is at December 31st of 2021. And the increase at that point in time is 5.9%. The city's increased tax levy as it stands now is 10.33%. So the city council would need to reduce the overall tax levy by a net of $3.16 million in order to comply with the CPI requirement. Otherwise, they would need to have the council overrule or approve the budget by 2/3 majority vote, or 5 votes. The other limitation we have is the state tax levy limitation that falls under LD1. That's been on the books for a number of years. The city has never had an issue with even running close to the LD limitation. The LD limitation has two components to it. The first component is based upon real personal income growth. The state sets that rate, and for the upcoming year, it's 3.78%. The other growth that we're allowed to include is real and personal property growth. Our chief assessor is estimating that at 1.3%. So the total allowed under LD1 to increase is 5.08%. And again, right now we're at that 10.33%. So percentage-wise, we exceed the limitation, but the second caveat in LD1 allows you, for years you fall under the limit, to carry forward those dollar amounts on an accumulative basis. So although on a percentage basis we are over the limit, our past under limit accumulation allows us with a dollar limit of $62,530,000 or $531,000. Right now our proposed tax limit is $37,560,815. So on a dollar basis, because of those past carry forwards, we are far under the limitation. Looking at the assessed value right now, the chief assessor is estimating about a $15 million increase in assessed value. And then the third component of our tax rate is the county tax. Right now we're looking at a county tax budget of $3,557,919. That represents a 4.84% increase. That is adding 6 cents onto the city's tax rate. So when you look at all the pieces, this is what it's shaping up to look like right now. Currently, the city's mill rate is $28.26, and that represents a decrease of a tax rate for the last 2 fiscal years. Right now, as the budget stands, we're looking at a mill rate of $32.35, or a $4.09 increase, or 14.46. The city's portion of that is $1.55, so you will see that on the top line item, and it's still at the 9.49%. Looking at the enterprises, the city has 3 utility funds, water, sewer, and stormwater, that we also adopt budgets for. I'm happy to say that we are not anticipating any rate increases for any one of the 3 utilities as it stands. You will notice that each one of the utilities are summarized above on the screen. 2 of the 3 have a net operating loss. However, they have more than enough cash on hand to absorb that loss. And you can see on water, we're anticipating a cash ending balance at the end of next year's budget of $1,669,000. Sewer, in spite of the $560,000 net operating loss, will still have sufficient cash on hand to absorb that at the $1.22 million. Likewise with stormwater, although that's running a little closer, it's essentially the operating loss is eroding it by about 50%. Looking in detail, the water operating utility revenues increased by $612,697. Expenses climbed by $143,383, or 2.28%. The bulk of that increase falls in the operating expense category at $163,200, or 12.85%, followed by payroll and benefits at $26,756, and debt service about $20,400. The increases were mitigated by capital needs, had a decrease of $67,000 this year. So that declined by 2.28%. And again, no water rate increases anticipated. Sewer tracks very similar to water. Revenues rose by about $275,000 or 4%. Expenses climbed by $221,000 or 3%. Operating expenses make up the bulk of that at $167,200 or 21.84%. Followed by payroll of $52,000, debt service of about $32,000, and both of those were offset by declines in the treatment plant, that's the Water Pollution Control Authority, had an overall decrease of our contribution of $18,000, and then capital needs also fell by $12,000, and no rate increases anticipated. The stormwater utilities, their revenues stayed relatively flat, had a slight increase of $4,000. Expenses climbed by $54,582 or 1.52%. Here, payroll and benefits represent the largest increase in categories in the operating budget at $53,500 or a little over 7%. Followed by operating cost of $25,625, and then a small increase in capital of $1,500. Debt service in the stormwater fund declined or was reduced by $26,000 or 1.5%. And again, no rate increases anticipated for stormwater. At this point, I want to thank the department heads and the employees for publishing this document. This document, although has gotten a little skinnier over the years, it's still, there's a lot of legwork involved in that. As a reminder, your schedule is on the back of this document for easy reference. And at this point, for the viewing audience and the public, and I will remind everybody at each budget workshop, the budget can be viewed online under the finance director or finance page, as well as in the news. And it is also located at a hard copy version at the city clerk's office in the Lewiston Public Library. Typically, I ask over the years if any public has any ideas or suggestions on the upcoming budget to email me either at hunter@lewistonmaine.gov or at the public comments at lewistonmaine.gov. And we begin our Tuesday, Thursday workshops. Our first workshop is this Thursday. It begins at 6 o'clock. And we'll go kind of in a deeper dive and start reviewing more line by line items and what is impacting various categories and the categories within the departments. Likewise, as I mentioned earlier, we have the joint city and school budget presentation on Monday. That begins at 5:30. And that concludes the overview.
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much, Administrator Hunter.
Thank you.
We'll be heading into executive session. Madam Clerk, can you read that, please?
Actually, I don't have.
Or do we?
Yeah, that's the one I gave you, yes.
Yeah, okay. So we will be entering into executive session to discuss a legal matter with the city attorney.
You need to take a
May I have a motion? Councilor Pease?
Second.
Followed by Councilor McCarthy. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sure. Councilor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
And Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We'll be back at 7. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Got it.
Good same video.
Yeah. Hey, Brian. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, welcome to City Council. Hello, thank you. Thank you for coming. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will be led by Maddie Albert from Lewiston Cheer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah.
This past Sunday, I had the opportunity to participate in prayer service for Ukraine at the Basilica. It was absolutely beautiful, and I'm thinking of them over there. Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next item on the agenda is presentation. Congratulations to the Lewiston High School cheerleading team on their recent State of Maine Class A cheering championship.
Congratulations. But I want to read it first. So we have congratulations, and you won in February? Yes. And Coach Handy. Coach Hanley, thank you very much for being here. So yes, we have this proclamation. I will read it now, and then I will hand you each one. Proclamation recognizing the Lewiston High School State of Maine Class A cheering champions. Whereas the Lewiston High School cheering team is commended for its perseverance and commitment to perfecting their craft throughout their entire season, and whereas they kept pushing forward through injuries and team changes, placing third in the KVAC Championship, second at the North Regional Championship, and placing first at the State Championship on February 12, 2022, and whereas their outstanding performance demonstrates their dedication and willingness to never give up, winning LHS first Class A cheering championship since 2017. And whereas parents, family members, coaches, and the Lewiston public school system as a whole are also commended for their unwavering encouragement and support of the cheer team as they pursue the state championship victory. And whereas the team effort was effectively executed by Madeline Albert, Kelsey Anderson, Phoenix Bully, Andrea Bilodeau, Ava Blanchett, Jersey Cunningham, Hannah Doobie, Fiona Hutchinson, Chloe Kirk, Sierra LaLiberty, Allison, help me, LaValle, Emily Levasseur, Reese Maynard, Kara Schwartz, Gabrielle Thomas, Isabel Tiller Munoz, and Aubrey Wood. And now, therefore, I, Carl L. Shaleen, Mayor of Lewiston, Maine, do hereby proclaim March 15, 2022 as Lewiston High School Class A Cheer Champions Day within the city of Lewiston in tribute to the team's award-winning season and for making Lewiston shine. A round of applause. Tell her that the mayor says that. Phoenix.
Want me to take that one too?
She's not here either. She's not here.
Oh, okay, yes. Thank you. Audrey. Yeah. Ava? Jersey? Hannah?
Yeah.
Think we stand? Are you gonna do it before us?
Wait, where?
Hang on, Brian.
Thank you for being champions. We now have some seats available in the front two rows if you would like. Madam Clerk?
Yes. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with a counselor of Ward 7.
If we can please have it quiet in the council chambers, that would be great. Thank you. May I have a motion to accept the minutes? Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor Clement.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, we were just going to ask the council if they could indulge us for just a quick friendly amendment on that. Councilor Harriman reached out today. I had accidentally flipped his votes on an amendment and a motion for vote numbers 71 and 72, so I watched the tape and re-verified that. So if we could just incorporate that change and correction, we would appreciate that, if that could be a friendly amendment by the people who moved the motion.
Accepted.
Thank you.
Sounds like yes. Any discussion? No. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We will now have public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you are a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask the staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to City Administration Office. Would anyone like to make public comment for items that are not on the agenda? Please.
Thank you. My name is Don Rubitile. I live in the old Green Road in Lewiston. I'm a resident of Ward 4. Last Monday, I went to the school board meeting at Connors Elementary School, and they had on the agenda that they did not require the students to stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. I was very hurt by that final passing. So, Mr. Mayor, if they don't allow the kids to require the children to stand up for the American flag, first thing you know, they won't allow the flags in school at all. So there'll be no more Pledge of Allegiance. That's coming down the road, whether you see it or not. I see it. I fought under that flag during the Korean War, and to me that meant a lot. It took a lot of me to do this. I forget what I was going to say. I'm a little nervous. Mr. Mayor, if you could initiate among your council members to discuss that matter about rescinding that final amendment at the school board. They don't speak for the majority of the Lewiston residents. I'll tell you right now. If you could maybe put that on the agenda for the next meeting, I'm sure there'll be a lot of veterans here that will be speaking up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, councilors. Hi, City Administrator. Hi, Mayor, Your Honor. My name is Arthur Stroud, Ward 2. I live in Lewiston on Bushy Avenue, Bushy Circle. I just got elected to be the president of the Seniors Center in Lewiston at the Lewiston Armory. And I have a letter that I want to pass out to each and every one of you. And it explains in detail, we're asking for a little bit of money, a little bit of help. And I'd like to do so at this time. I don't have a big speech, but I want to know if you guys would like to help us. We really need the help at the Senior Center. And I want to thank you very much for your time tonight. Is that okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Gentlemen and ladies, my name is Jerry DeWitt, and I'm the chairman of the LNA Veterans Council that represents 14 veterans organizations in this community and surrounding communities. I am not a resident of Lewiston, but the LNA Veterans Council is pleased to see you stand tonight and pledge allegiance. Why can't we do it in our schools?
Thank you.
Tanya Whitlow, Ward 4. I'm also a school board member, and I think it's appropriate that if we're bringing up what's happened at the school board level here tonight in opposition, then I'm going to speak on behalf of the school board and as the chair of the policy committee for the school. I thank you for your service, for those of you who spoke tonight, and thank you for fighting so that we can uphold the First Amendment and to give everybody the right to protest peacefully. Our First Amendment gives us that. And things that we've changed in our policy was only legal. It's all, so it's not that we're saying you can't, we don't think it's okay, you don't have to stand. It's you know, they have that right. And I also want to be very clear that the things that were said afterwards were not okay from that meeting, and I'm not going to bring it up here, but I think it's inappropriate for the things that you said directly to some of our female students after that meeting. I'm appalled. It doesn't mean that I don't respect what you've done for fighting for our country and for our rights. Thank you.
Excuse me, I'd like to just take one moment. I'm not a Lewiston resident, but I did live in Lewiston for quite some time. And I can say that what was said by those students to this veteran after was inappropriate, and that's not even being acknowledged. We understand that what was voted on was to have parental, written parental permission, whether or not that would be going forward, and that this has been a long-standing rule. Just because it's been 20 years like that does not make it right. Respect is something that's earned. That flag means a lot to our veterans and to all of us who are civilians as well. And just because it's been that way for 20 years does not make it right. Our veterans are hurting because of this. They are seeing their fellow veterans and comrades come home with that flag draped on their caskets. It is something that is a symbol for our United States. We welcome people into our country freely. We give to them freely. The least they can do is stand quietly in unity and respect. That is all we're asking, and we're asking that this be brought forward again so that it can be discussed when more people and constituents are aware of what's going on. not just in some meeting where there's 4 people or 7 people that are not even veterans that are voting on this. So we understand that there is animosity about this, and it is a very sad thing. But that flag is a symbol of our country, of people that have come from all over the world. The least that can happen is that everybody at least stand and show some respect in regard to these veterans for what they fought for and the way that they look at that flag as a symbol of our country. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, are we out of public comment time?
I don't believe. Are we 3, 6, 9, 14? One more. One more.
One more. Okay.
I got something to say.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah, please proceed to the podium, and then and the name and the city.
I'm quite sure you can hear me from down there. My name's Richard Lewis. I belong in Ward 2. I live in Lewiston. I've lived here for 6 to 7 years now. As far as the flag is concerned, I honor it. I've honored it ever since I was born. I always stood for it. I always pledged it. And like this lady said, for people coming into this country, they take an oath to come into this country, to stand up for our flag. But yet, you're going to allow a school board to sit there and say they don't have to stand? They can at least stand and respect it, like she said. But I belong to an association called the Freedom Riders. We go down to the airport, we greet soldiers back. We're going to go down for the honor flight that's going out. When it comes back, we're going to greet them back with flags. We do work for all the veterans that we can do, as long as we can afford it. We don't charge them a cent. What does the city do for the veterans as far as not charging them to fix their houses? We do it. A lot of people that aren't even vets are out helping the vets. But yet, I can't understand why, and I can't comprehend why. I'm 64 years old, and I've always stood for the flag. That's all I got to say.
Please hold your applause. Thank you. And that concludes our public comment period.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make one simple comment, if I might.
Madam
I'm sorry?
Madam Clerk, do I need to recognize the City Council member at this time?
If a city council member asks to be recognized, that it's in line, it's appropriate, yes.
Please continue, Councilor Clement.
If I might, Mr. Mayor, I too am a veteran. It pains me when these things happen, but I don't think all of the people in the audience recognize that this is now a matter of law in this country. Our courts have said that it is their right to even disrespect the flag. And nothing hurts me any more than to see somebody spit at or throw that down or disrespect it in any way. The Supreme Court of the United States, backing into 1943, has issued decisions that it is your right not to stand for that, not to say the pledge, and disrespect it. It is indeed unfortunate that our judiciary has done that, but it is the law of the land. So I can't fault the school committee for following the law of the land. It would just invite litigation, which we ultimately would lose and we would pay for. But nevertheless, it hurts, and I understand where you're coming from. And I thank you also for your service. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I believe we're at the consent agenda.
We are, yes. There are 4 items on the consent agenda this evening. Item number 1, authorization to accept transfer of forfeiture funds. Item number 2, appointment to the Voter Registration Appeals Board. Item number 3, order authorizing execution of municipal quitclaim deeds for real estate located at 76 Elm Street and 16 Pleasant Street. And number 4, resolve accepting the city's annual comprehensive financial report and the independent auditor's report for June 30th, 2021.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept all four, sir.
Second.
Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor Jelinas. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 5.
Item number 5, public hearing for approval of outdoor concerts sponsored by LA Metro Chamber of Commerce for the River Fest at Simard Payne Memorial Park. Requested action to conduct a public hearing on an application from LA Metro Chamber of Commerce for the outdoor concerts to be held at Simard Payne Memorial Park on June 17th through 19th, and to authorize a permit for an outdoor entertainment event as required by the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Section 1, Article 1, Section 10-3, to LA Metro Chamber of Commerce for the outdoor concerts, contingent upon positive recommendations from the Police Department, Fire Department, Code Land Use Officer, and Code Health Officer regarding compliance with all regulations and compliance with all city ordinances.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Councilor Jelinas, followed by Councilor Pease. Discussion? Councilor Jelinas?
Not a question, just excited about this opportunity coming to, our city. And I think that, we've had a rugged couple of years. So just eager to get behind this event and thankful for the LA Metro Chamber of Commerce for the efforts they're putting into this event.
Councilor Scott?
Thank you. Do we have any members of the Chamber of Commerce here this evening? I can't tell in the audience tonight, but if so, thank you very much. I just wanted you to stand and recognize the work that you're doing for our community, and thank you very much.
Please hold your applause. Thank you. Councilor McCarthy.
I wholeheartedly support anything like this. I think it's Lewiston's overdue to have these summer events. Especially after the last 2 years has been horrendous. But you see the activity when we have a balloon festival, and you see other activities down there. And I think that the more we can do of this, the better off the city of Lewiston and all its residents will be. Thank you.
Councilor Pease.
I also would like to see a lot more happening. I'd like to see more happening in the parks. I'd like to see it happening even at some of our playgrounds for the kids. For our seniors, we need to do something. We need to bring Lewiston back alive. It's being dormant for 2 years. Let's get it going. Thank you.
Public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 6.
Item number 6, public hearing and first passage regarding amendments to the administrative ordinance regarding amendments to the Housing Committee. Requested action that the proposed amendments to the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Division 7, Housing Committee receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance be continued to the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting for final passage.
May I have a motion? Councilor Pease.
Second.
Councilor Scott. Director Jeffers, did you have thoughts on this?
Just to briefly summarize what's being asked, this is really an outgrowth of the committee and the work they've been doing, and they've been presenting twice a year, and the timing of it never was quite right, and so they've asked that we change it from, I think it was October and February to one meeting in June, when they will present to the council to give their recommendations, and it's also amending some of the language just to sort of change it to make it a little more in line with what they're actually doing. And so it's pretty simple ordinance changes in just the first reading.
Discussion from the council? Public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 7.
Item number 7, public hearing and first passage for amendments to the Vehicles for Hire ordinance pertaining to the licensing of taxi cab drivers. Requested action that the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 82, Vehicles for Hire, Article 2, Taxi Cabs, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance be continued to the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting for final passage.
So moved.
May I have a motion? Councillor Scott, followed by Councillor McCarthy. Discussion? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 8.
Item number 8, amendments to the evacuation and street opening policy. Requested action to approve the proposed amendments to the evacuation and street opening policy.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Councillor LaChapelle, followed by Councillor Pease. Discussion? Councillor Scott.
Just a point of clarification. We received the information in our packet, but then we received something else on our desk tonight. Was there any difference in those?
Yes, so thank you, Councillor. So the material that was in your packet in the Friday distribution contained updates and changes and amendments. It was based, unfortunately, though, on an older version of the policy. So on Monday morning, Public Works redid those changes on the most recent copy of the policy. We emailed that out to you Monday morning. What was on your desk tonight is just a paper version of what we emailed you on Monday. I believe it was probably like 99% the exact same. There just might have been some wording changes here or there. So what you had for a paper copy tonight is the same thing that you were emailed Monday morning. Thank you,
Thank
Councillor.
you.
You're welcome.
And I'm sorry, do we have somebody from Public Works here?
Yes, hi. City Engineer Jeff Boley.
Oh, thank you, Engineer Boley. Any comments?
I just want to say this policy regulates all excavation in the city, both in public right-of-way and private. The major changes are mostly related to fines for second and third offenses for as far as repairs to our roads go, so that the roads are properly repaired when contractors dig a hole and patch the road. We want a better enforcement for maintaining good roads once we pave them. We don't want contractors coming in, making a mess, and costing us more money to go back and fix it on our own. So that's the biggest change, is enforcement.
Thank you. Additional discussion from the council? Councillor Pease.
Yes, I agree. We need to do something because there's a lot of streets that get patched or dug up by independent contractors. They come in, they do a quick patch, they're out of there, and you don't see them anymore. We need to do something to kind of rein them in a little bit. Thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item? Anything further you'd like to add, Engineer Boley?
No.
Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 9.
Item number 9, consideration to direct city staff to research and present a moratorium regarding homeless shelters within the city. Requested action to direct staff to present a moratorium order on homeless shelters at the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Councillor Clement, followed by Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Jelinas?
You could open up for comment or questions. I wasn't sure.
Discussion from the council. Councillor Jelinas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions. I just have some comments I'd like to make. I think there's a lot to be said about the Lewiston Auburn Transitional Center. I'd like to keep my comments relevant to this agenda item, which is the consideration of a moratorium order. I will not be voting in favor of directing city staff to present a moratorium order on homeless shelters for us to vote on at a future council meeting. While I do believe in moratoriums, there's a time and a place for them, I do not think this is the case now. Because I was quarantining, I was not physically present for the February 22nd workshop. However, I did attend virtually. I do not feel that the comprehensive plan put forth deserves a response wrapped up in the form of a moratorium order. The reason I will not be supporting this agenda item is that I believe the passion coupled with the due diligence, it was clear to me as I watched the team of professionals roll out their plan on addressing homelessness in our community. Over the years, I've been impressed with Mr. Bollard's success in growing Cayden's Kitchen and Pantry. He has proven his ability to successfully operate a local nonprofit. Ms. Park's compassion and drive to address an issue so comprehensively with wraparound services outlined was commendable. I ran for office because I'm interested in public service and aiding and moving the city forward, not stalling efforts put forth by citizens and organizations who are committed to moving towards solutions. My oath also included a promise to address important public health issues such as homelessness and housing insecurity. I don't want to be part of yet another group of counselors, and I'm going to refer to 2008, who validate and identify homelessness, go a step further, and vote on a 10-year plan to eliminate homelessness, and then hope that somehow it will go away. That vote occurred 14 years ago.
Please, thank you.
It is my belief that we do not need a moratorium to gain more information. In fact, the information was presented, and the committee of individuals thanked council for questions, even answering a lot of questions that I had and following up with me. I have the information I need to make an informed decision, and I have full confidence that any gray area will be worked through, which is no different than any other program. I, as one city councilor, do not believe a moratorium is warranted at this time. With full transparency, I will say that I let my values, my faith, but most importantly, in a position like this, the viewpoints of my constituents guide my decisions here as a city councilor. And since the workshop, since February 22nd, I've received a multitude of emails, a multitude of phone calls in opposition to this moratorium. I've not received one email or one phone call in support of it. We all know the story about the Good Samaritan, He arrived on the scene having no idea why that guy was in such a state. It didn't matter. He simply knew that he had to render aid. I believe very strongly that we can't postpone this issue any longer. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Thank you. I would like to say that I am completely and utterly opposed to a moratorium. Homelessness is not a crime, and we need to help them. Further discussion from the council. Councillor Scott.
So, first off, I want to thank the resource team for coming to see us on February 26th. I really appreciate the hard work and the attempts to bring something like this that I feel we absolutely need in our community. But I have to say, I have like my fellow councilor, Stephanie Gelinas, I have had countless phone calls, countless emails. As a matter of fact, just from returning from the back room, I looked at my computer real quick and I had an additional 10 emails just in that short period of time, and every single email and phone call outside of 3 have been, do not support a moratorium. Now, I have to say, though, that I am very much concerned when we go to social media to pass judgment on things and we don't bring it to a public meeting. And I'm very concerned that there was a lot of information and judgment passed out on social media that pretty much used words like sabotage. This council should all go away. This council does not care about the homeless. This council does not care about what's happening in our community. And I, for one, was very upset by that. I ran for this position because the only thing I do care about mostly in my life is this community and what I do for this community and the work I do for this community. And I hope that with every situation that we have and every topic that we have, we see a room full like this, and not just for one topic. And it's extremely important to not just take what you see on social media as the facts. You have questions, you have concerns. I, for one, want to hear them. I want you to come to me, and I will say it, I will speak to it, and I will speak loudly in the public about how I feel and how I would address situations. Now, that being said, I'm in alignment with my fellow councilor, Jelinas. I think that we in this community all care about the situations that we're seeing in our community. We all want to see action done. I'm ashamed that we had this discussion over 12 years ago, and we made decisions, and we're still seeing the situation we're seeing today, and it is not improved. I think that all of us on this city council and everybody on that resource team are smart enough to get together and figure the situation out and make a change that we need to see happen in this community. And I do not support pushing forward for our city staff to research putting a moratorium in place at this time. We already have zoning language in place. There is licensing language in place for any money that is used for our home funds, for Maine housing, that any resource person or any proposal that wants to go through with that has to follow that licensing. If the city of Lewiston wants to look at this, we can look at this and have a discussion. Do we need a moratorium? Not in my opinion. So I will be voting no on a moratorium.
Please hold your applause. Thank you. Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. I just wanted to concur with the previous two members. I'm also opposed to a moratorium. We do have a serious problem, serious homelessness problem here. We need solutions, and a moratorium is not a solution. I would also ask any councilor who may be in favor of this why at this point we need a moratorium when we've had shelters operating in the city for decades. We currently have regulations in place that regulate their operation. So why at this time, when it could be argued that the need is more dire than ever, especially with rising housing costs and potentially, well, already significantly rising fuel costs and other inflationary costs. Yes, to summarize, I am definitely opposed to a moratorium.
Further discussion from the council? Further discussion from the council? We will now head to public comment, and but before we head to public comment, I understand that this is a highly charged emotional issue, and I just want to, I guess, create some ground rules for public comment here. So each speaker is permitted to speak once for 3 minutes and is asked to state their name and if they are a Lewiston resident or taxpayer. We will see all if there is time, we will see non-Lewiston residents or taxpayers after we've seen all residents and taxpayers. We ask that all speakers be respectful at all times, exercise decorum, and refrain from disparaging remarks. We appreciate that some speakers may be very passionate about an issue, and we encourage speakers to strive to be accurate in their statements and to avoid making personal, rude, or provocative remarks. All remarks should be directed to the presiding officer. And persons present at the council meeting shall not interrupt, nor applaud, or otherwise express approval or disapproval of any statements made at the meeting. Madam Clerk, did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Ready to go?
Yes, I'm sorry. We are now beginning public comment. Thank you.
Great. Honorable City Council and City staff, thank you for the opportunity to talk this evening. My name is Jim Lewiston. I've lived in Lewiston on Taylor Hill Road for nearly 40 years. I've had the distinct honor to be appointed to the Planning Directorship for the City of Lewiston in 1988. I served in that position until 2003. After retirement, I also was a 2-term city councilor representing Ward 1. A few years after I was appointed planning director, I had lunch with my daughter downtown and walked to Kennedy Park. This was like early 90s. There we visited broken playground equipment and many homeless people. My daughter was quite upset, and so was I. Late that afternoon, I visited a well-respected city staff person and asked this question. What is our plan? Excuse me. What is our plan to deal with the homeless problem and lack of homeless services in Lewiston? The reply was, we have no homeless problem in Lewiston. When I countered that with what I saw earlier, excuse me again, the reply was, listen, Jim, if we admitted Lewiston had a homeless problem, we would have to do something about it. Unfortunately, over 30 years later, some people were saying 12, 14, 30 years later, the problem has worsened, yet some people are still saying the same thing. We have no low-barrier shelter and few services for homeless people. Most homeless providers work on a shoestring budget. Now our proposal to create a moratorium to halt development of homeless shelters is clearly not the proper use of the moratorium process, in my professional opinion, and makes little sense for our community. People are dying due to the lack of shelter and other services. We should instead be applauding the efforts of Megan Parks and her team for developing the proposed Resource Center program, not putting up obstacles for them to realize this important development. We have many homeless people in this community. The city has adopted clear policies in our comprehensive plan and consolidated plan and CDBG action plan to help create the opportunity to develop such a program. Furthermore, there are sufficient, well-crafted best management practices and local regulations concerning such developments. Why a moratorium? That has been asked before. When I was a planning director some years later, I was part of the Lewiston-Auburn Alliance for Services to the Homeless, LASH. We created a plan to end homelessness.
You have 30 seconds.
Fine, but clearly saw shelters as necessary for people transitioning from homelessness to housing. The problem is here already. The city must be up for the challenge to help address the problem of homelessness for so many in our community. Please vote no to the creation of such a moratorium and yes to helping see a resource center created as proposed. Thank you.
Mayor Shalene, Council President Clement, and members of the City Council. My name is Denise Pettengill. I live in Ward 4. I was born and raised in Lewiston, as were my 4 children. I run a chapter of a nationwide nonprofit called Newborns in Need. We help babies born sick, premature, and in poverty. I have helped many babies who would have left the hospital with next to nothing. I've helped babies whose parents lost everything in a fire, triplets born to a drug-addicted mother, expectant parents who moved back to Maine to be near family at the beginning of the pandemic who arrived here with nothing. One particular baby came to mind when I read about this proposed moratorium. I never knew her name, but there was a baby girl born in Lewiston in early May. Thankfully, she was born healthy. However, when she and her mother were discharged from the hospital to go home, her home was a tent with her parents, brother, and sister. I Googled the temperatures in May in Lewiston, the high is 66 with the low being 46. Her mother may have lied to social services at the hospital to avoid having her child taken by the state as well as her other 2 children. No parent should be afraid to lose their children because they're homeless. I went to Catholic schools growing up, and although some of the nuns who taught me terrified and scarred me for life, they did teach me one valuable lesson. None of us are above the poor and the homeless. This is exactly what this moratorium and the potential regulations that might come out of the other side of it is saying to people who are homeless. We don't want you here. They are already here, and they have been for a long time. Isn't it time for our city to do something to help the people who sleep outside in sub-zero weather? Certain members of our city council seem to think not, and I don't agree at all. If you want high-end business to come here and people with money to live here, you better do something about the people living outside. It doesn't look good on our resume as a city. You were elected to represent the people of your wards. If you support this, Councillor LaChapelle, you also support a newborn living in a tent. You most definitely do not represent me. Lewiston is better than this. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Douglas Lane. As some of you all know, I'm an advocate for the homeless. I've been homeless 2011, 2015.
Excuse me, sir. Please lower your voice just a little bit.
Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you.
And 2021 to 2022, which I am now homeless. I am against creating a public shelter at this time for many reasons. The money would be coming out of the coffers of the federal government, state government, and even the local government. And that money is designated right now to help the people that have been affected by COVID from losing their jobs, losing their housing. And the other issue that's very important is that where they want it, it's away from a lot of the services from, the services are right here in downtown Lewiston. And in order to have a good shelter, it's a state law that you should be MHRTC licensed. And you need case managers there to help. Thank you for your time.
Hi. So I just want to say real quick, I have a total of 4 minutes, but the first half is on behalf of the executive committee.
Can you please state your name and where you live?
Yes, Ashley Medina, 252 Blake Street in Lewiston. So the first half of it's on behalf of the executive committee, and the rest of the 3 minutes is me. So I just hope that's okay.
I'm sorry. The clock is ticking, and you have 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
All right. My name is Ashley Medina, and I'm president of the board of directors of Healthy Neighborhoods. Healthy Neighborhoods is a collaborative of Lewiston stakeholders, including local businesses, dozens of local nonprofit organizations, and hundreds of Lewiston residents. We are the resident engagement arm of the Choice Neighborhoods Grant and have spent hundreds of hours talking to people who love and live in Lewiston about their dreams for the community. On behalf of the executive committee of Healthy Neighborhoods Board of Directors, I am here to strongly oppose the moratorium on homeless shelters. We know that our homeless neighbors are in dire need of more resources, not less. We have issued public statement as well as statement via email to counselors. However, I am not here to read that statement. I'm here to share my own story in hopes that it helps you understand how close any one of us can be to losing everything and needing the community to support that this council is currently seeking to prohibit. I live at 252 Blake Street. I love my community, and I'm dedicated to being a voice for the undeserved and underrepresented. I wear many hats. I'm a Community Concepts Board member. I serve as Ward 5 School Board Representative, and I'm here today to speak my mind on the moratorium. It is time that we stop ignoring the homeless problem we have here and start taking the right steps to address homelessness in our community. Please stop with all the stigmas associated with homelessness, and let's face the fact that most of us are only a paycheck or two away from losing it all. In 2013, a series of fires broke out in the community, causing many to lose their homes. On May 3rd, 2013, a fire was destroyed at 110-114 Peter Street, leaving nearly 100 families without a home. I was one of those fire victims. Thankfully, I had the support of my mother and was able to stay with her until I was able to find housing, but had I not had her support, that homeless person and family many look down on and judge could have been me. In my professional life, I'm an intake and recruitment specialist at Take Two, a job training and education program that serves 17 to 24-year-olds that have barriers to education and employment. We work with youth that come from generational poverty and many who are homeless. We have gotten to see people move from extreme instability to stability, and it is powerful. We need those people in our communities and as our employees. We cannot afford to not invest in their potential. I remember one participant in our program always came in with a positive attitude despite his circumstances of being homeless and sleeping outside. Although it was heartbreaking knowing his situation, his resilience was empowering. He was determined to accomplish his goals and took full advantage of every resource we had to offer. Soon after joining our program, this participant was connected to resources and was soon able to rent an efficiency, attended and completed a construction training program where he was hired full-time with a local construction company and was then promoted as supervisor. He just needed somebody to believe in him and provide him the resources necessary for him to succeed. I'll never forget the day my kids and I were walking on Knox Street, and then we noticed...
That's time. Thank you. Please hold your applause. Thank you.
Good evening, councilors, city staff, Mr. Mayor. And my name is Josh Renaging. I live in Ward 1. I'm also a planning board member for Ward 1. I'd just like to say, first and foremost, a moratorium on homeless shelters is not a moratorium on homelessness. It doesn't address the problem. There will still be people sleeping on the streets every night. One of the things that I would suggest is when you review where you can place a overnight facility currently, the zoning is actually restrictive, and to refer back to a point that Councilor Clement had made earlier when this subject first came up, was to have possibly the planning board look at zoning and where these facilities can actually go. Where this proposed facility is literally a 5-minute walk from my house. My neighborhood acts as a de facto homeless shelter in the summertime due to the fact that it's close to facilities, it's close to downtown services. Anyone who lives downtown knows how close all of these neighborhoods are. It can take you 10 minutes to get somewhere by car, 3 minutes by bicycle, 5 minutes by foot. So the point that I'm trying to make in this is that we should be looking at ways to help facilitate this program as opposed to finding ways to stop it. Does it answer all of the need? It doesn't, but it is a solution. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name's Brett Martell, and I live in Ward 7 here in Lewiston. I want to say something quickly about myself that might give a little bit of context to my statements. I'm a recovering drug addict. I've been clean for over 3 years. I've been homeless in Lewiston, and I have taken advantage of services that have been provided to me to help me beat those struggles and become a contributing member of society. I run a nonprofit here in Lewiston that helps support domestic violence victims coming out of shelters, getting back into housing, as well as the homeless population here in Lewiston, and veterans that have fallen on hard times and that are struggling. I only mention that because I don't think it's fair to equate having concerns about this particular program with not caring about homeless people. I spend my days trying to help people in transition out of shelters, off the streets, into housing. I think that there is a problem, and it's very realistic, or very good that we should address this issue. I just don't think that any idea is a good idea. And I think that what was brought up earlier about the plan that happened 10 or 14 years ago failing is a good indication that it's better to do something right than it is to do something quickly. And this problem isn't going away, so maybe it's not wrong to take a step back, look at the budget, look at the plan, look at the people in charge of it, and make sure that it's being done right so that it's successful and stays successful for a long period of time. I found it appalling with some of the behavior online and in public forums by the leaders of this proposal and the personal attacks that they launched on anybody that seemed to have an objection or tough questions about their proposal. Mr. Lushpel, you were accused of profiting off the backs of poverty and not wanting this to happen because it was bad for your business. You've got a business on Lisbon Street that's a cornerstone. Everybody knows about it. We have put people in your boarding house because it's the cheapest place to put people. And rarely are we ever able to get someone in there because it's full. I don't think your business stands to suffer if you want to take a step back and make sure that this is done right. It was insulting, the things that I read that were said about you. I also suffered some personal attacks and things that were untrue, and I do have serious concerns and questions about the proposal and its merits. I don't hate homeless people. I don't think this isn't a problem. I think it deserves being done right and being looked at. I don't think that 24 beds is enough to fix a homeless problem in Lewiston, and I do think that we should put some value on personal responsibility. If you want to provide services in-house and you want to have, and you're going to fund those, then maybe it should be required to take part in those services so that the money isn't wasted.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Aceto. I live in Ward 1. I am in support of supporting people in need. But I'm vehemently against low barrier homeless shelters. I spend half my week here in Lewiston, the other half in Portland. And in Portland, we have low barrier homeless shelters. We have 3,000 people living in hotels. I sit on a group of business owners and non-business owners, residents, and we get together via Zoom every other week. And the topic is, how do we deal with the avalanche of homelessness in Portland? And one of the things that comes up is low barrier entry homeless shelters. The great majority of people who are occupying shelters in Portland, they're not from Portland, South Portland, Westbrook. They're from Massachusetts, they're from Connecticut, they're from Baltimore, Maryland, they're from Florida, they're from Texas. A lot of communities know that Maine has something called general assistance. And a lot of communities who don't want to deal with their homeless situation, put them on a bus, send them to Portland, give them $50, and tell them to go to City Hall and go to GA and see how they can help you out. I think a couple years ago when COVID first hit, the previous city administrator told me that the majority of people who were occupying the Armory, which was being used as a shelter, were not from Lewiston and Auburn. They were from other communities. So yes, I agree with people who say we have to help our own. And to an extension of that, people who aren't our own. But if the idea that if you build a shelter, that idea if you build it, they will come, that's exactly what has happened in Portland. And once the COVID money goes away from the federal government, and once the state that's kicking in extra money to support homelessness in Portland, the burden's going to be on the taxpayers. My kids have always asked me, is school free? I always tell them what's free and what's not free. Nothing's free, meaning we have a budget. My kids go to Lewiston Public School. Teachers are paid with property taxes. Police protect us with property taxes. Fire department protects us with property taxes. A minuscule amount, of course, goes to issues like this, homelessness. But the idea of a low barrier scenario, I think, sets us up for the Portland scenario, where it just gets bigger and bigger. I don't know if you've been down in Portland in the last.
That's time.
I can give you the addresses where my properties are. It's like
time.
World War II.
Thank you.
So I'm not in support of low barrier.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Krantz, and I live in Ward 7. I'm the homeless point of contact at Lewiston High School, a job that undeniably comes with many responsibilities and provokes many emotions. Well, while I desire to say that my job is a success for the wonderful individuals I work with, that's not always the case. My job is dependent on resources that are needed to help the homeless population to prosper. People are quick to judge the stigmas and stereotypes of homeless people. These teens and young adults are not criminals, drug addicts, or dropouts. These kids are victims of abuse, neglect, substance abuse, gender discrimination, race, sexual orientation. Most importantly, these kids are victims of society. We have 70 identified homeless students at LHS, 196 identified homeless students in the district, and our numbers continue to rise. This school year at the store next door at Lewiston High School, we've been privileged to help over 200 at-risk students district-wide. I encourage you to step up and inform all the students without a place to go, no home, or a blanket of safety to wrap around them that they are not privy to resources they deserve. Before you become one of those people who judge
or stigmatize these kids, ask yourself, when was the last time you helped put a roof over their heads, clothes on their backs, food in their stomachs, and opportunities in their hands for success? Please permit me and my fellow colleagues who work tirelessly to show these homeless youth the potential they can reach and to help them become the best version of themselves they can possibly be by allowing us to continue to aid them to be prominent future. You are becoming part of the change we need. Don't act hastily on something that may cause unforeseeable damage. I hope tonight you have all heard me. If not, remember my face, because you will see it on the streets as I'm helping my youth. I thank you all for taking the time to hear me this evening.
Hello, my name is Alice Haynes, and I live in Auburn, but I have had
Excuse me, we're going to take, do you own property in Lewiston?
I have an office. I'm a medical doctor. I have an office I rent in Lewiston for the last 10 years, and I've served here for 20.
We're going to take non-Lewiston residents and non-Lewiston taxpayers at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Councilors, my name is Clara Tammany, retired as Director of the Center for Wisdom's Women, founder and now resident of Sophia's House, located just across Kennedy Park. In those roles, I'm very aware of homelessness. I regularly see people outside my apartment window sleeping on the porch of the nutrition center. I know many of their names and I know their stories, and there are deep reasons why they are on the street. I also speak as a member of Trinity Church, home to the Jubilee Center. Jesus calls us to love our neighbors as ourselves. Whenever you do this to the least of these, he said, you do it unto me. For 3 winters, Trinity, with the Nutrition Center and Jubilee Center and funding from the Episcopal Diocese, on nights below 15 degrees, has put people who are on the street in a hotel room. We simply could not bear knowing that someone we knew froze to death on our watch. Today, we have sheltered 15 people for over 50 nights, and that's only a fraction of the need. Councillor Pease, I'm in your ward, so I respectfully address these comments especially to you. It is a moral imperative that society tends to its most vulnerable. There, but for the grace of God, go I. As a major service center, we are sorely lacking in appropriate homeless services. Our private shelters are unregulated. They provide food and a bed, but little long-term intervention. They close during the day, and their rules exclude a good number of people who need that shelter. The ideal for me is a city-run shelter, but with no such thing in the works, the proposed transition center offers a comprehensive, low barrier, which I do think is good, housing first model in keeping with best practices that will provide stability and help people solve the problems that caused their homelessness. It will fill the void, take the responsibility off the shoulders of the city, and cut the number of people sleeping on the street or in campsites. The planning team has done their homework, are experienced in the field, and have solid professional support. With the goal to provide both shelter and long-term solutions, it's a win-win proposition and the best one I've ever heard. And now, it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to act due to available grants and ARPA funds specifically for this purpose. A moratorium would make it impossible to access those funds. Let's not throw free money away. If you want to create policies for shelters, wonderful. I'm sure the team would join you in crafting reasonable regulations, but doing so does not require a moratorium. Clearly, I speak against the moratorium that ignores the real and growing issues and urge instead that you embrace the comprehensive proposal that addresses root causes. And to be better informed, I urge you to watch the film The Soloist.
That's time. Thank you.
Or The Wisdom
Thank
of Trauma.
you.
Thank
you. When you come to the podium, please state your name and your city. Your name and your street, your address. Thank you.
Rebecca Adamson, they, them. I live at 617 Main Street here in Lewiston. in Ward 1. Thank you, Councillor Scott, for your words earlier. I wanted to address you, Mayor Cheerleading, and other members of the council, as well as the community of Lewiston. And I want to ask you honestly to answer me these questions. Have you ever squatted in an abandoned building and worried that if you got arrested, it would go on your record and you would lose all the sources of income you had? Have you ever slept overnight in a Walmart parking lot and worried about the danger of sexual assault? Have you considered suicide or sex work as an alternative to being homeless? I have. I moved to Lewiston in 2014 as a resident of CMMC. I was a medical doctor halfway through my master's of public health. I had 2 college degrees and half of one on the way. I was the victim of domestic violence based on my gender and sexual orientation. And I lost my job because I was not able to do the work of a resident physician. At this time, there were 4 shelters in your city, and none of them are friendly to people like me. They are religious-based institutions, and I believe that they have the best of intentions. But there are people in our community with religious trauma. There are people, many people in our community that come from cultural backgrounds that don't have Christianity as the main religion. There are shelters in this town that people will avoid because they do not offer the services that people need. There are people in this community who are homeless, not here right now, because those shelters have an obligatory time they have to be there for bed. And they can't be here because they're required to be there or lose their bed. I was lucky to get a case manager who helped me. I was lucky that I got a Section 8 voucher. But with 2.5 college degrees, I struggled for the last 7.5 years. This is something that we need in this community. And when our community members did their research and came before this council with a proposition, your response was to turn them down. It was cold, it was callous, it was cruel, and it was inhumane. Worst of all, as a student of UNE working on a master's in public health, it is not supported by science. I urge you, council members, and I urge you, the community, do your research. I am lucky that I am here. I am lucky to be alive. There are many people in this community who cannot say the same thing. There are people who are dead. There are people who are missing loved ones. It is on you to act. We asked you to act, and your first response was to say that you wouldn't. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Cheerleading, City Councilors, City of Lewiston staff. My name is Amy Smith. I live in Ward 5 at 122 Bartlett Street, the corner of Walnut and Bartlett. I own and manage 22 affordable rental units in the Tree Streets, and I run 2 Lewiston-based nonprofits. I have the utmost respect for our city employees. Like most of us, they're swamped and resource-constrained, doing their very best to just keep up with current responsibilities. The rationale behind imposing the moratorium is ostensibly to give the city time to tackle the complex, decades-long issue of how to help our homeless. But this approach is completely impractical and in no way moves us toward a solution. Whose desk will be cleared tomorrow morning of all other priorities so they can focus on the critical issue of homelessness in our community? What will this person actually do to tackle this pressing and human problem? What exactly are the goals, timeline, and deliverables that we as a community can expect that will meet the needs of our homeless neighbors? And most importantly, assuming that our staff doesn't include an expert on transitional resources, homeless shelters, and the realities of homelessness, who will they work with to craft a viable solution to develop resources that our community needs? And where will the money come to pay for all these efforts? There's an old saying that the 3 critical elements of making something substantial happen are time, talent, and treasure. The folks of the Lewiston Auburn Transitional Resource Center who presented to the council have already volunteered their time and talent for hundreds, if not thousands of hours, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to secure the treasure needed to see it through. They're also humble enough to know that they don't have all the answers, and they want to collaborate with the city and other interested stakeholders to really get this right. Why would the council turn down this incredibly generous offer? Instead, you could leverage our scarce resources and create a joint task force for 6 weeks that includes the LATRC, 1 counselor, 1 staff person, vote down the proposed moratorium, and instead put a task force proposal on the next City Council agenda that clearly states the purpose, timeline, and composition of the task force, and ensure that we have actionable deliverables in the next 2 months. Moratoriums are blunt force instruments that stop things in their tracks. They do not move things forward. The only thing a moratorium will guarantee is that there will be no new resources in 2022, and our homeless neighbors will have to suffer through another harsh Maine winter without housing and without the resources they desperately need to succeed. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Kelly Labita. I am here tonight to strongly oppose your moratorium on...
I'm sorry, where do you live?
Oh, Ward 3, sorry, Franklin Street.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight to strongly oppose your moratorium on new homeless shelters in Lewiston, Maine. As a lifelong resident of Lewiston and an active member of the community, I have not only seen firsthand, but have lived through the poverty and dire situations that many people in our community face. At only 15 years old, I found out I was pregnant, got kicked out of my parents' house, dropped out of school, and became homeless. The following year, I was only 16 years old, walking at my graduation with my 3-month-old daughter in the audience. I had to complete 3 years of schooling all in 1 year, and I was only able to do this thanks to programs that offered me substance abuse counseling, independent study programs, and housing. I believe that the shelter, the drop-in center, and the community resources saved not only my life, but my children's lives. I had to seek all of these from different sources, though, and now there are people who are trying to offer everything all built into one, and I strongly believe this to be beneficial to our community. As a fire recovery volunteer in our city and the state of Maine, I have seen firsthand how little it takes for whole families to become homeless in our community. No matter if somebody is facing mental health, substance abuse, financial issues, or all of the above, I truly care for everybody and want the best for everyone in our community. Why would we try to stop those who are willing to help? Why, when we have so many people who are willing to help, do we have people dying on our streets? The current situations reminds me of a story. Some people call it the sand dollar story, some people call it the starfish story. It's where a storm washes up thousands of sand dollars, and one person standing along the shoreline starts tossing them in one by one. A second person walks up laughing and says, "Why are you wasting your time? There are so many, you're never going to make a difference." The first person picked up another one, threw the dying sand dollar into the ocean, and said it made a difference to that one. So again, I oppose the moratorium on homeless shelters in Lewiston, Maine, and you should too. It could literally save a life. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Thank you. And when you come to the front, please state your name and address.
My name is Siri Cressy, and I live at 141 Pierce Street. I have almost been homeless. The only reason I wasn't was because a friend let me sleep on their floor. I am very glad that I didn't have to stay in a shelter, but if I had, it would have been much better than having to sleep on the street. And I know that within about a 5-minute walk from here, it takes me about 5 minutes to walk home, I will pass at least one place where until very recently, there were people sleeping outside in a doorway. And the reason, I don't know entirely where they're sleeping now, but I know that the reason that they are not sleeping there is not that they found a safer place somewhere indoors. It was that they got moved along. And I know of at least, I think it's another building that is technically uninhabited, where I believe I have noticed people needing to squat, which I don't think should be illegal either. The people who are homeless are not the problem. It's the fact that they don't have a place to stay. When you see people, and I'd see it a lot in my neighborhood, who are clearly carrying every valuable object they have because they don't have a place that's safe to keep it, how would they hold down a job? You can't bring all your stuff with you to the interview. I really think that shelter is it's not a right, it's a necessity. We don't survive without it. And that blocking or making any attempts to block more shelter being available to people who need it, think about that the next time we have a big raging snowstorm. There's someone sleeping outside. There's someone sleeping outside tonight. Several people. Thank you.
My name is Caleb Roebuck. I live on Robinson Gardens, which is in Ward 2, and I'm here to speak against the proposed moratorium. Vienna, Austria has a population of 1.9 million people. Helsinki, Finland, 632,000. Salisbury, Maryland, 33,000. Salt Lake City, Utah, 198,000. Columbus, Ohio, 800,000. And Houston, Texas, 2.3 million. These are just some of the many examples of cities from around the world and in America, big and small, that have reduced their chronic homeless population by over 50% to up to 90%. They did so by implementing housing-first strategies and support services. We could follow their examples and help some of our most vulnerable neighbors by moving forward on this shelter with support services, or implement this moratorium and pretend to care about costs for us who are sheltered while ignoring the costs for those who aren't. We have seen plenty of cities administer successful programs for multitudes of different people. Some of those cities have built resource centers for homeless veterans with permanent housing, which included counseling, healthcare, wellness classes, and job training. These programs have resulted in a 50% reduction in veteran homelessness in those cities. This wasn't done by kicking the can down the road, but by offering housing and immediate essential services for people so they could get and stay on their feet. These types of programs have also shown to be cost-effective, as paying for incarceration and emergency medical issues costs over $30,000 per year per individual, while paying for permanent housing and support services costs only $10,000 per individual. We have the opportunity to keep going on a project here that will help those who need it the most by following these successful paths by other cities and continuing the hard work done by the people here who have made this possible. I want to sincerely thank those who have worked tirelessly to make this shelter and resource center happen. Your work is the perfect example of the good that exemplifies Lewiston and how we can come together to support our neighbors. And now I'm going to go off book a little bit because there are some remarks that might be considered disparaging, and I want to stay away from that. But we've heard concerns about people saying that this is rushed or it's coming too quickly. This is not something that has just sprung up. We know how long this problem has been, and we know the work that people have been doing so far to make this possible and are now hitting this roadblock. This is not a quick thing. We know what to do. We've been following it, and the people that are here and haven't spoken yet, and some have done great work, and we really should do what we can to move forward on this project. Let's do what's right for the people of Lewiston and bring this project to fruition. It will work, and it will help people. That should be enough to support it. Please vote against this ridiculous moratorium.
Hello, my name is Alicia Ray. I live on Bardwell Street. I'm going to start by finishing Miss Medina's remarks. I'll never forget the day my kids and I were walking on Knox Street and we noticed an elderly man sleeping outside. My kids asked why he was sleeping outside. It was the moment I had to teach my children a valuable life lesson about the many hardships people face in life, as well as using it as an opportunity to teach them empathy. I remember both of their eyes got watery, and my daughter said, "That's not fair, Mama. They should have a home." In that moment, they didn't judge. They just intuitively knew it was not okay. Sorry for butchering this. If only we could all see through a child's eyes, I believe the world would be a better place. Housing is a human right, and we have to do better. In my own remarks for tonight, Councilor Harriman, you asked a very apt question at the beginning of your remarks tonight. You asked why this was coming forward. And I think there are 4 councilors sitting up there who have been silent on this tonight. Maybe they're just waiting to speak until after the public does, and I respect that. I hope it's a good faith effort. But I believe that the people here tonight deserve answers from the councilors from Ward 2, 4, 5, and 6 tonight. It's really important to a lot of people here. As someone just recently said, it could save lives. Please answer those questions. I know a vote recently happened where folks voted it down and said nothing. Your constituents deserve answers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Billie Jane Cook. I'm a resident and business owner in Ward 5. I live at 1 Walnut Street above the Inn at the Agora, which I own and operate, as well as the Agora Grand Event Center. Tonight I'm here to ask you to vote against the agenda item for the shelter moratorium. Lewiston is very eager to attract new business and tourism to the area in two ways that would aid those efforts are the following. First, visitors and future investors' first impression of the city is very different depending on how their GPS directs them. Depending on the exit they take from 95, they are driving through the least desirable part of our city. If that was your first impression, would you invest here? Second, while Lewiston is beautiful and inviting on one side of City Hall, right on the other side, it doesn't feel like the same invitation is there. I frequently get the opportunity to have guests stay with me that are thinking about relocating to the area. In fact, a couple that recently relocated to the area for his job as the new airport manager stayed with me and eventually purchased a lovely home in Ward 5 to become my neighbors and be the change we want to see. The Agora Grand also infuses the regional economy every time it is responsible for a destination wedding. On average, a destination wedding brings 150 guests to the Lewiston-Auburn area for a weekend. These guests need hotel rooms, restaurants, and things to do over the weekend, as the wedding is only a fraction of it. Destination weddings also spend twice as much with local wedding vendors versus budgets of local couples getting married at the Agora. I lose many sales because of these destination weddings when the couples come in warmer months and they see the homeless and those suffering from addiction and mental health issues that are laying all over my property, my neighbor's property, Kennedy Park, and using it like a toilet because they have no place else to go during the day. Many of those same people are also shut down the shelters at night because of the barriers to entry. I have the potential to sell 30 of these destination weddings a year. That's 4,500 tourists that have zero reason to come to LA except that the Agora Grand.
Please lower your voice. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Come talk numbers with me and you'll see that it's over $1 million in revenue for other businesses that these weddings would bring. My business isn't just about my livelihood, it's about the livelihood of the region. Continuous improvement is the process of always identifying the bottleneck, fixing it, and identifying the next one. The bottleneck for growth and prosperity in our city is the addiction and mental health homeless. The population continues to grow and is spreading. The moratorium would make it illegal to turn my suffering business into a needed 24-hour center, but it does not put a moratorium on the constant blighting of my business by this issue that our entire community is facing. Thank you.
My name is Shad Masood. I am a citizen of Lewiston on Weber Avenue, Ward 7. I'm also standing here as a local emergency room nurse and the president of the Raise Up Housing Cooperative. We're a local cooperatively owned residential organization, and we are standing against the moratorium. We have written a letter. It's in the public comment email, and there is a copy here that we'd like to submit to the council as well. To kind of expand on my comments, I can only say that, you know, currently our low barrier housing situation is jail, the emergency room, or a doorway or a tent in one of the parks here. So it's not enough. And putting a moratorium to this energy that's in here in this room and to the wonderful efforts of Megan and Kevin and Jamie is kind of shocking to see when we have so much wealth here to be talking about resources. There is plenty of resources here, and we are willing to figure it out. So I hope that the council votes against the moratorium. I hope they take a 180 direction to this and look at the work that Lash has created already, look at the work that Megan has put in, look at the lessons we've learned over the last 2 years about what will and might can look like, and creativity. And I hope that you all can find in your hearts the idea that shelter is a human right. It is not a crime. It is not a medical problem. It is not something that you can take your personal belief and change. It is a systemic problem, and we have systemic tools. There are financial, legal, and political machines made to check the work of Megan, to check the work of my organization, and any other nonprofit organization that has a wild and crazy idea. So all they did at the workshop was present information to you. They weren't even asking permission at that moment, and you're coming back with this moratorium. And it's really hurtful to the energy and the intellect that's in this room. So I hope you guys reconsider. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I don't know if you can hear me okay. I'm wearing 4 masks. I'm a little nervous. I'm not used to being nervous, but I went through a really terrorizing event recently, and everybody that knows me...
Can you please state your name and address?
Yeah, everybody that knows me knows I'm not like this. My name's Melissa Dunn. I'm a homeowner of 254 Blake Street in Lewiston. I'm a community organizer and a survivor of violence. I think we could all challenge ourselves today by really testing our mindset that people are not worth value for what they produce. They are worth value for simply existing. Again, people are not worth value for what they produce. They are worth value simply for existing. It's clear to me, hearing people speak, that the narrative around poor and working class people is removed from the real issues and the real struggle. I'm a poor person. I lived in Lewiston 41 years now, and I'll die poor. Class dynamics skew the lens of the struggle of poor people. Shelter means one step closer to stable housing. Poor and working class people have been a scapegoat for Lewiston's economic woes for generations, and we're repeating the cycle. It's time to break cycles of harm. When we speak bad about the downtown Lewiston, we speak bad of all of Lewiston. I hear higher class backgrounds parentify topics, discipline, top-down mentality, and shame us poor people about the lack of pride we have. It's a collective together to work on things. We as poor people can't solve our issues on our own. We're not even given purchasing power to earn things, to earn equity. You know? What I support a moratorium on is no evictions. What I'd like to see is energy here when Lewiston Police tears down the camps for homeless people. Also, in my experience recently, a guy targeted me. This is why I'm shaking so bad. He threatened to kill me, tell me the ways he was going to kill me, tell me the ways that I was going to be found. He still walks a free man. I tried reaching out to domestic violence shelters. I'm scared for my life, even standing here right now. I know he's going to kill me. The shelters denied me, said I wasn't in imminent danger. They told me to call the other shelters, and I did. And they're supposed to take you when you can't go other counties. It's like a provision, but they're not honoring it. But they told me to go to a homeless shelter. Now imagine, trauma cycle in a homeless shelter.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Shalene, council members. My name is Sarah Graney. I live at 30 Beckett Street. I'm in Ward 7. I belong here tonight to tell a very brief story. I am a woman in long-term recovery, and I'm here tonight to talk to you about how important it is that we not look at this from the framework of a moratorium, but rather as a place of consideration. In April of 2013, I arrived in the city of Lewiston morally, spiritually, physically bankrupt in every way a person can be. I had no hopes. I had no freedom. I was lost. I was in the throes of active addiction and alcoholism, and I had given away all of my potential. But I found that there were resources in this city, and I heard someone earlier speak to the fact that these resources were found in different locations, and that was the case. And now we have an opportunity to find resources that are of a more cohesive nature, centrally located. That was April of 2013. And I remember the fires in May of 2015, though very vaguely, because I was in the throes of active addiction, and I didn't know how to get out. Today, we can offer a stepping stone. You know, it's interesting. May of 2015, I finally found recovery. But it was only because of people who offered me assistance and offered a stable bridge. The opposite of addiction is connection, but the opposite of instability is connection. And we need resources to do that. I understand we've talked about the concern with the financial piece, but I believe in the talents, the time, and the conviction of the Lewiston Auburn Transitional Resource Center to make that happen. But if we put a moratorium upon the consideration of this proposal, I hate to use the word appalled, but I'm appalled. So almost 7 years ago, I found recovery. And I'm proud to say that today, I'm in my 7th year at Lewiston High School. I did 6 years as a BHP, and this year I am a teacher. I teach ELL at Lewiston High School. And one of my students, I asked them today, what is a transition? What's a transitional word? And they say, Miss G, it's when you change from one thing to another. And I would pray, it is my ultimate hope, that the council and this community would rally around the idea that we would at least consider, give our due diligence to the work, the time, the talent, the treasure, and the commitment to open our hearts and our consideration, not just to look at this from an intellectual point of view, but also a human interest point of view. Because I landed here in Lewiston in 2013, and I was definitely not living up to my full potential. And today, we have the opportunity to do that for so many. I thank you.
So my name is Alex Diamond Stanek. I live in Ward 2 on Bowdoin Drive. So I'm speaking in part to Councilor McCarthy. And as was mentioned earlier, we heard from councilors from Ward 1, Ward 3, and Ward 7 about their feelings, and I'm, I guess, trying to speak to Ward 2, Ward 5, and Ward 6 about this. And, you know, I sat down to write a statement, and I thought I would just try to condense it down and keep this quick. I think there are values-based arguments that we could get into, and I think there are practical arguments. And I think different audiences, those arguments may or may not appeal, but in terms of values, I would just point to responsibility, and in particular the responsibility that I have, that you have, that we all have as a community, a collective responsibility to all of our community members, especially those who are most vulnerable. I think the idea that, you know, we could do something better is like, that I heard from several people, is like really inspiring. Like if we were all working towards this, if we can like capture the energy in this room, imagine what we could do together. And so, you know, to some extent that responsibility, I'm going to turn to a practical side now. One might say that there's a responsibility of the mayor and the city council to lead these efforts in a way that, you know, is challenging. But the fact that we have other community members who have stepped forward and are saying, okay, we would like to do our part of this responsibility. And by the way, we're going to bring in grant funds, we're going to bring in dollars that are like we wouldn't otherwise have. So I would say the council has a responsibility in some ways to lead those efforts, but at least not to get in the way. And so the fact that we're risking, you know, moratorium, you know, these funds can go away. It's not like they're always going to be available. But getting back again to the values piece, I really think that, as we've heard from lots of people here, that who are we as a community? What do we stand for? And what can we unite together to actually accomplish? So I guess I want to say thank you to everyone who's put work into this. And I feel like I haven't done my part yet. I feel inspired by the work that people have been doing already. And I feel like we want to help folks. We want to respect the people at the margins of society. We want to respect the people who are the most vulnerable, but also respect people who are trying to make a difference at the same time. So I think, again, there's a values argument about who we are as a community, and there's a practical argument of we need to get lots of things done. Let's help the people who are already doing that work do that work. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linnea Hawkins. I live at 79 Maple in the Raise Up Housing Cooperative. I came here tonight to talk to you as a former school committee rep for Ward 5, as someone who's lived in this community for a long time and been homeless here. Roughly 10 years ago now, I was sleeping in my station wagon in the Walmart parking lot. Until the morning, some random person came up and knocked on my window while I was asleep and asked what I was doing. In short order, I was climbing across the front seat of my car and driving, because that was the scariest thing that had happened to me in a long time. There's quite a curve from being homeless to being housed, to being employed, to being productive. And it doesn't happen by just stumbling into good luck. It's hard work. It's helping hands when you don't think you deserve them. It's people taking a risk and saying, yeah, come on over and stay on my couch tonight because I'm worried for you, when they know that their landlord could easily call that a lease violation and look towards evicting them. I came here tonight because I couldn't live with myself if I didn't. In my former role with Healthy Homeworks, or Healthy Neighborhoods, I spent many Thursday afternoons at the pop-up garden on Bartlett Street, talking with neighbors, homeless, not homeless, whoever was there, Saturdays at events, helping our neighbors with things like winter clothes and school supplies for their children. Those Thursdays when I was out there with homeless drug addicts, I found some of the most amazing people I'd met. One older gentleman volunteered as a bodyguard because someone else had been aggressive and he wanted to make sure I was safe. The work that this group has done is a step towards doing anything to work on this problem. It took me years to get my life straightened around to be where I am today. Because to find resources and get connected the way you need to stop being homeless in this area, it's not a one stop. It's 17 or 18 stops repeatedly and saying just the right thing to the right person. When I was homeless, I had a job that I got out of work at midnight. When did most of the shelters lock their doors? 11 o'clock? That's why I was in my car. 24 hours, low barrier. Sounds like a step in the right direction to me.
Good evening. Yeah, it's still evening, right? Mayor, this is a little louder than usual, but anyway. Matthew Roy, 155 Wisman Street, Ward 3. Since we're approaching 9 o'clock and might be some other people who want to speak after me, and the mayor and the council, I've emailed you over the weekend, my prepared remarks. I'll just summarize. As Councilor Lyson at the beginning said, why are we here? I want to rephrase that question and redirect it if I could. Given the city plan in 2008, the statewide funds we got out of the the stimulus package Congress passed at that time, that $6.8 million, which was discussed over social media, as Councilor Scott has pointed out. That was statewide, not for Lewiston. Let's get that right first of all. And that was basically for financial supports and case management, which is partially what this proposed project is partially stared at. Moratoriums are a classic trope used by governments to avoid policy work or to let other entities do the work. For example, the Congress and legislative bodies, which over the last 50 years have abdicated their constitutionally given responsibilities for, I mind you. The principal role of government is to protect its citizens, which traditionally has been focused on defense and security-related type matters. Creating general protection and security goes beyond defense and security To paraphrase the mayor, social issues should not be criminalized, and also to the point that some said if they build it and they will come. They're already here. The reason they're here is because Lewiston, like Bangor, Augusta, Portland, Greater Portland in general, we are a service center. We have 2 hospitals. We have other social services located and provide for the greater Lewiston, Auburn, and Androscoggin County. That is why the issue is here. Let's not try to kid ourselves there. Without a comprehensive strategy, i.e. a resource center, as Ms. Parks and her fellow team members who presented earlier to the City Council presented, without a comprehensive strategy, including supports, a transition to employment and stability will not occur. The irony here is the property, which has now been leaked to, and, has been vacant for 20 to 25 years. I graduated Lewiston High School in 2003, almost 19 years ago.
Time, thank you.
Oh, that was a quick 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Ron Potvin from 291 Pond Road, Ward 6, Councilor Clements District. I wanted to step forward here tonight to give you a couple of stories for you to contemplate on. The first one is last 2 years I served on the school board, and presently right now I serve as the treasurer and the vice chair of the Store Next Door, which is the effort for helping the homeless youth in our school systems. When I got on board on the school committee, we had the responsibility of advancing the education of our youth here in the city, taking a look at the issues. One of the biggest ones that stood out immediately was the several hundred homeless students that were in our district, and what kind of services were available that they could access to get on an equilibrium so that they can succeed in school and their education. We immediately went to work as an elected body, and we established a homeless resource center in Longley, addressing basic needs that these students have so that they can then concentrate on education and staying in school and being productive citizens right from the get-go. So we focused on giving them food, on clothing. We're looking at other things such as showers, et cetera, so on, but that's work in progress, and it's being developed. Second story, as the treasurer of the Store Next Door, I'm also president of the association here in Lewiston, Auburn for the Bowling Association. And it came to me that on Thanksgiving time, bowlers were interested in doing something for the needy. And they took a collection. And there wasn't, nobody knew what the outlet was. This league got together on Wednesday nights. These are bowlers, Lewiston residents. And they went ahead and they started collecting things for somebody. And then I stepped forward and let them know we're available and what we do with the Store Next Door. These bowlers, to this date, have collected over 900 items of food, of clothing, blankets, have donated. They do not know these kids, but they do it. Your city has a heart. Your city cares, and your city knows that there's a crisis to be taken care of. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allie Smith. I'm a resident of Ward 5. I live at 156 Horton Street. I'm here today to oppose this moratorium. We've spent enough time delaying our response to the issue of homelessness in our community. As a prior chair of the Lewiston Housing Committee, I've heard feedback from the previous mayor and council members that the city wants to address homelessness, but doesn't want to bring in non-local providers to do so and doesn't want to develop a publicly operated shelter. Now, a group of qualified and passionate people have brought the council a plan that meets these criteria, and councilors have responded with this proposed moratorium. It's hard to view this as anything other than an insult to their time and their good faith efforts. I've also heard the council and city leaders express their concern over the lack of economic growth and job opportunities in Lewiston. And I have seen the types of organizations that consistently thrive and create steady, desirable, compassionate jobs that bring smart, talented, caring people to live and work in our community, and their social service organizations. Lewiston is a social service economy. It thrives on the efforts of hundreds of committed social service employees who are drawn here by the promise of a community that cares for its vulnerable and employs people in these care economy jobs. There's another side to this issue. The overnight shelters in Lewiston currently don't participate in state and federal data collection processes, which means that the homeless community in Lewiston is systematically undercounted. This cuts our community off from state and federal level resources we're entitled to at the municipal level, and it cuts homeless community members off from benefits that could help them transition out of homelessness. The proposed resource center would address this issue and bring these much needed resources to our community. I genuinely do not understand why some councilors wish to reject the incredible resources that are being offered to Lewiston: human resources, intellectual resources, and financial resources, which will all make our community a better place. Why reject the efforts of these experts and their thoughtful proposal? Why push back against job creation, the types of jobs that have proven to have staying power and bring wonderful people to Lewiston? Why reject this creative use of ARPA funds and the additional resources a project like this could bring to our community? If there are concerns about this specific program, why are they being expressed through a broad-reaching moratorium instead of through a good faith dialogue with these community members? Councilor Pease, as my councilor, I beg you to vote against this moratorium and instead come to the table with these experienced and talented community leaders who have given you the gift of their time, energy, and expertise to create a proposal that will positively impact not only those experiencing homelessness, but our entire community. Thank you.
Just one moment, please. Can we have a show of hands of how many people would still like to speak? How many people are behind the wall? 3. All right. So can you please raise your hands again? Okay. Give me, if it pleases the council, I would like this meeting to stand at ease for just one moment so I can confer with our Madam Clerk and City Administrator. Please take your seats. And if I can please have the audience be quiet. Thank you. So in the interest of time, we will move to 1 minute per person. This will allow, I hope, most everyone who still wants to speak can. And if you would like to say more than your 1 minute, you are welcome to email Administrator Hunter. What is the email?
It's publiccomment@lewistonmaine.gov, and all of the public comment gets shared with the entire council.
Thank you. I'm new to this job, so Yes, we will make an effort to hear everyone, and we will go to 1 minute per person. Thank you. Please continue.
Hi, my name's Deanna Earhart. I'm in Ward 3. I'm at 321 Pine Street. I'm a teacher at Lewiston High, and when I found out that this moratorium was being voted on, I was shocked. I've worked closely with the Store Next Door project at Lewiston High, and our situation is for real. You heard the numbers are going up. And working with these students every day, I have tons of kids that are couch surfers that have no place to go. We can't expect our kids to show up and learn when they don't have a place to be. And all I can say is that I just don't understand why we would vote no to not help these kids.
Hello, I promise I won't be speaking more than 3 minutes. Hi, my name is Hawa Abdullah. I live in Ward 1. I just really don't understand why this is becoming why are we voting for Mayor Montomo? I'm sorry, I'm nervous. I just don't understand the stigma against homeless people. It just breaks my heart when it's below negative, and I see them sitting outside, start freezing to death. And as we all know, we are, you might think that you have counselors, you might think that you have money in the bank, you are one paycheck or one injury away from losing everything that you have, and then you're going to lie on the homeless shelter. Please support no moratorium, and this is going to put Lewiston again on the map. In 2007, Lewiston was All-American City. Let's make that happen again.
That's time. Thank you.
Oh, that's it? Okay. All right.
Okay, so I'm going to try to consolidate this now to a third of what I was going to say.
Please state your name and where you live, sir.
My name is Kevin Bollard, Ward 4 resident, current president of Cayden's Kitchen. For the past 5 years, our organization has been providing resources to the community to help assist individuals at various stages in life. The homeless community is one that we work closely with daily. We hear their stories, challenges, needs, and connect with them personally. After they appreciate us, they confide in us, and they trust us to make sure we speak out on their behalf. After the discovery meeting for the transitional center, several came to express their disappointment and feeling meaningless after hearing the outcome. I want to take a few seconds to apologize personally to Councilor LaChapelle for any comments made on social media that was completely unacceptable. When a new proposal was brought to the city, we thought that it was going to be an opportunity to discuss and come together and bring all of the resource and knowledge and expertise together to move this forward. Instead, we are now met with this moratorium.
That's time. Thank you.
I beg your indulgence. I am from Auburn, but I pay business property taxes here in Lewiston. My name is Alice Haynes.
Please, 1 second. Does that? Okay, please continue.
Okay. I just wanted to give additional perspective. I know you do care, and I know that your hearts have been touched by many things people have said. I do want you to think about the fact that a low barrier shelter is not something to just react to. It depends on how it's run. I worked for a short while down at a homeless clinic connected with one of the shelters down there, and I can tell you that the people who are running the present shelter are light years away. They are advanced, they are professional, they know what they're doing, and they're not just bleeding hearts. And your investment you're allowing them to do their thing is different than you funding them. If you don't want to fund, or maybe you do, you can put some strings on. But allowing this to happen, taking advantage of an opportunity
Thank you. That's time.
Unlikely to happen any other time.
Thank you.
My name is Rob Karabkin. I'm a person in long-term recovery. I own and operate housing around the state for people with substance
I'm sorry,
use
sir. Where is your address?
I was just going to get to that. I own property on Oak Street, a couple blocks from here. It's a 6-bed house for men who've survived substance use disorder, operated by a nonprofit called Journey House Recovery. And many of you have never heard of it because when these programs are up and running, it turns out that they're just not that big a deal. You've heard a lot of people in this room talk about how important this is, and every time one of my programs has been proposed, we're met with a huge amount of feedback. But once we're up and running, it's fine. It's like totally, utterly fine. I've had problems in Sanford and Gorham. I've been brought in front of the Lewiston Council here. Not once has it actually turned out to be so terrible. Please take a leap of faith and support the people in your community who need this. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Manson. I live on Oak Street. A lot of what I wanted to say was already touched upon. I've emailed every single one of you that I'm looking at right now. So essentially, Low Barrier Resource Center is what saved my life and made it so that I could have the family that I have today. At 19, I was homeless and pregnant. Found out I was pregnant at a point where I couldn't do anything about it. So I had two options: have my baby on the street, try really quickly to scramble together in 5 months and get housing and get my situation, or place the child up for adoption. I chose the third option through services that were provided and guided me towards in Low Barrier day 24-hour shelter services. I was provided housing, I was provided counseling, and I was able to place my oldest child in a loving home. I know
that's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Bicknell. I'm Executive Director of New Beginnings. I do not live in Lewiston, so if there's another resident, please step forward.
Technically, I'm not a resident, but I was asked to read this for somebody who had to leave. So
I'm sorry.
It's her words. She just couldn't.
She can email it later. Thank you.
Okay.
Lewiston residents. We have no more Lewiston residents or Lewiston taxpayers. Please step up to the podium.
Thank you. I'm Pat Hunter Gardner, and I live at 53 Wood Street. I'm a member of the church directly across from the proposed housing homeless shelter. We've been feeding people for at least 15 years now from the church. About 5 years ago, we started a homeless shelter because two single moms came in to our breakfast one day, and in getting to talk to them, I found out that the Saturday before, which had been cold, wet, and windy, these two single moms, and between them their 5 small children, had spent the afternoon, most of the day Saturday, in a parking garage. Let's think about the individuals.
Any more Lewiston residents or taxpayers? Excuse me one second. The Lewiston residents and taxpayers, if you could please queue up at the line, that would be great. Please continue, ma'am.
Less than a minute. My name is Wendy McPike. We own 10 buildings in wards 3, 5, and 7. We are against a moratorium and are excited for the opportunity that something can be done, because something needs to be done. We're affected by the homeless in our buildings every single day, and I tell them every single day we wish there was something we could do. So something needs to be done, and we're against the moratorium.
Hello, my name is Megan Parks. I am a Ward 7 resident. I live at 12 Grovemont Lane.
I already emailed my statements to all of the counselors and the mayor. I don't know how to cut this down to be under the 1 minute. I think the key points are that the council has indicated they're seeking to have oversight put in place to regulate shelter operations and policy to determine where shelters can be operated in Lewiston. This already exists. We already have zoning that regulates where these programs can operate. We have code enforcement that covers code, regulation, fire, health inspections, all of that. There's been questions around oversight for our program. Our program will operate utilizing eShop funding through Maine Housing Authority, and eShop funding comes with its own lengthy regulations as well, including annual performance and evaluation reports, compliance with the HERTH Act, which is federal law and oversight, participation in the coordinated energy process, which is process mandated by HUD and requires full training for staff, participation in the HMIS management system, and meeting performance and reporting requirements. Thank you.
Please continue, sir.
My name is Chris Bicknell. I'm Executive Director of New Beginnings. We operate a 12-bed shelter for youth in Lewiston, Maine, for youth ages 12 through 20. In the past 4 months, we have turned away 27 young people, ages 18 through 20, because we did not have the capacity to serve them. Those young people stated the reasons they came to us seeking shelter were they needed a place to live while they completed high school. They could not find any affordable housing in the community, or they recently aged out of foster care. This is just a glimpse of the reasons why some young people seek shelter. But I implore you all to look at the humanity behind these people who are seeking shelter. They are not stereotypes. They are actual human beings with lives that are valuable. Preventing the development of a low-barrier shelter will only further marginalize folks living in this community. And yes, unhoused members of this community who are struggling to survive on the streets and hidden places in Lewiston.
That's time, sir. Thank you.
Now I'll speak as myself. My name is Kathleen. I live in Wyndham, actually. And I came out tonight because of reading it in the paper about this. And I was excited. Just to give you a quick glimpse about why I'm here is because my church in our community has been working for the last few years to help the homeless in whatever capacity we could. We serve, actually right now, one of the motels in the Portland area, besides serving our own community of veterans and helping our local food pantry. And we've been talking about the issues of the homeless who are in the hotels currently being housed that will be losing their housing. How can we help? How can we help them transition into something when they're booted out in a couple of months? So I got really excited by the people who were looking at something and trying to implement something. And I just wanted to share with you, Mr. Mayor, and the council that others in outside communities are looking to help too. So your resources may reach beyond your borders because we're all neighbors in some way or another. And I'm excited that we don't have to start from scratch.
That's time.
Hi, my name is Fausia Musa. I'm the Executive Director of Maine Community Integration. I'm an urban resident. I don't want to bore you with a long story, but I'm a refugee from Somalia, and I know what it's like to be homeless and countryless. In 2019, I watched as the city of Portland and some people from Lewiston and Auburn were responding to the arrival of asylum seekers, mostly from Central and West Africa. I've seen a lot of people donating, rushing to donate their items and money and everything. But I live across Walmart, and I saw a woman with her 8 children in a car, babies. 3 days after driving by, my daughter and I had mastered the carriage to stop and say, "Why are you in the car? We drove by you several days, the hottest day in the summer." And she said she was homeless. I often wonder, including this week, as we're pouring our sympathy and money and kindness to Ukraine and everywhere else around the world, what is the difference? Does it matter how we become homeless?
That's
Why
time.
do we care?
Thank you. Please step to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tricia Cook. I work at the Nutrition Center, which is just across the park, 208 Bates Street. I could repeat almost everything that was said this evening. I'm opposed, and so is the Nutrition Center and the staff, to the moratorium. I will just ask a couple questions. I could tell you a lot of stories of the multiple mornings I come in and greet people who are sleeping on our porch. And as my good friend Clara mentioned, we have worked to raise money to put people in hotels for the last few years, so that we can respond immediately to people who are outside and have nowhere else to go. But I know you don't have to answer these questions tonight, but I would like them on the record. I understand that the city is in possession with Auburn, the city of Auburn, of HUD funding, ARP funding, that is specifically targeted to address.
That's time. Thank you.
Dang. I'll send it in an email.
Please do.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Patty Gagne. I live at 16 Bobby Street in Lewiston, Ward 7. A few comments. One is, I wish we could all get back to the olden days when we took care of ourselves and our family and our neighbors. But I'm talking more local. We can't save the world. But locally, I'm so impressed with the work that everybody has been doing. I'm supposed to address the mayor, but so thank you for all that hard work. And because of that hard work, all these people have gotten the help they've needed. I'm for a moratorium. I think we've got a lot of great services here. We can't help the world. Is this building going to be for, I don't know all the exact details, 25 beds? I don't know. We can't save the world. I don't know how big it is. We can't save the world, but we do need personal accountability, and we do need to continue helping our neighbors on the level that we can. Toxic charity is an issue.
That's time.
And I think Wyndham should build this in Wyndham.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Rickey. I'm not a Lewiston resident. I am a person who has provided various mental health services to your community for about the last 10 years, however. The problem is not if you build it, it will come. It's that there's so many people that are in need here. Do you want your city to have a reputation that you have a wonderful transitional program, or a continued reputation as the dark side where unhoused individuals can be found throughout the city, suffering and increasing utilization of emergency services and overpopulation of jails for petty crimes, many of which were committed out of necessity to meet their basic needs? We've all learned about basic needs, and a person cannot focus on wellness to include substance use disorder or mental illness without their basic needs such as shelter and food being met. Wait lists for other services that are built in Maine Care are extensive, and a moratorium risks funding opportunities and immediate services to your community members that are on these waiting lists elsewhere.
Okay. Hi, I'm Miriam Andoniades. I live on 17 Stevens Street, and I'm a senior at the Lewiston High School. I know plenty of students who have been kicked out of their home for their gender, for their sexuality, for their religion, for other circumstances that they can't control. And I think it's horrifying knowing that some of them are living out on the streets because they can't get into a shelter because of low bed space. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's horrifying knowing that my peers, my friends, are out there without any resources, and that we're trying to silence their voices with this moratorium. I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Please, thank you.
Hello, my name is John Connor. I live on 408 Pleasant Street in Lewiston, Ward 7. Moratorium, a temporary activity. Temporary, lasting for only a limited period of time. And then the last definition I want you guys to think of is prudence. Prudence, a quality of being prudent and cautious. I believe this moratorium is meant to give us more time to be prudent with your decisions. We are not saying no shelter. We are saying let's put a moratorium. Let's find all of the facts. Let's find all of the details. Let's find the best possible solution. Let's be prudent with our decisions. So I am for the moratorium. Thank you.
Any further public comment at this time? Have you spoken before?
I have not.
Okay.
My name is Chris Pitts. I'm a resident of Lewiston. I live in Ward 4. I'll be extremely brief. I emailed my comments earlier. I want to remind you that this moratorium is in direct conflict with your recently adopted equity statement. Your equity statement addresses housing. This moratorium is not equitable. In fact, what it does is further systemic injustices against unhoused people, people of low income, and people who are housing unstable. So I'd like you to please consider not voting in favor of it. And for the council members who have not yet spoken, we'd really like to hear from you. I think your silence speaks volumes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? This concludes the public comment period for this agenda item. And irrespective of what you said, I really thank everyone who came out tonight to share your concerns with your city government. Thank you. Now back to the council for discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor LaChapelle.
What is staff's opinion on this issue at this point? What is staff's recommendation at this point?
Administrator Hunter?
I think the one way to refer to it, and I think the last gentleman that spoke allows, the moratorium is not saying no. It does allow everybody to go through the process and look at any procedures, permits, and so forth that needs to be put in place. The other alternative, and I believe that was also raised tonight, is to look at a task force. So at that point, it is the council's purview on which direction they want to take.
Councilor Scott has a question. Administrator Hunter?
Can I just ask a clarifying question on that? So if some of the funding that we have possibly available that is supposed to be directed directly towards the homeless situation and those are emergency funding after COVID, is there a sunset date on those that they have to be used so that if we were to vote in or approve a moratorium, they would be lost?
I believe Director Jeffers is in the back room.
I see Director Jeffers. Director Jeffers, please make your way to the podium.
He would be the one to address that. Thank you. Thank you, Lincoln.
I knew I was here for a reason. Great question. I do not have the specific date, but it's not immediate. Off the top of my head, I believe it was about a 5-year period for the spend down. And I will confirm that. So do not, it's not like it has to be spent at the end of this year or the end of next year.
Are we sure about that?
No.
And the only reason I ask, and excuse me, but some of the funding
Please
that we
speak
have
into the
at
microphone,
school,
Councilor.
Yep. Some of the funding that we have for the school, and we're discussing right now directly through our budget process, is that there are a lot of that funding that is sunsetting. So I would be very concerned that if we were going to do anything in language that was 6 months or however the length of time, 180 days, that we are insured before we do anything like that, that we're not going to affect any of this funding that might sunset. Thank you.
It's a very good question. I was not prepared for it. Perhaps I should have been. One thing I would note with home funds is that almost any project that is done with it is a multi-year effort, which is why I would not think it would have a very short sunset. But with that said, if it's 2-3 years to get a project from start to finish, it's another reason not to delay.
When do the home funds have to be allocated by? Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy.
If we move ahead with the motion, it will start the process of creating an ordinance, correct?
I assume you're asking me, Councilor.
Yes,
okay.
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. As was explained to city staff, the two-step process at this point is to instruct staff.
Excuse me, Administrator Hunter. If I can please have it quiet in the audience, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Please proceed. Please proceed, Administrator.
Yes, it's a two-step process. It would allow first to have the ordinance drafted. The second step would be a public comment period that would actually mirror any other ordinance change that the city would pursue. So typically, the ordinance are 2 reading ordinances. The council can waive the second reading if they find it within their jurisdiction and desire to move forward with the action at that point.
So at worst case, we'd have 1 more meeting, and best case 2.
Correct.
So within that time frame, we can get Director Jeffers to get us the correct answers on that so we can have an informed decision, correct?
Yes, actually, someone in the audience who's well versed in many of these things, who's working with us on the Choice Project, had said allocation by 2024, expenditure by 2026. Exactly when in those years, I'm not sure exactly, but that to give you some sense, as I said, it's not has to be spent in the next year or 2. There is a process underway right now for the allocation of these dollars, but that will be to this council as well. And we have started that process, meeting with stakeholders, asking how are these funds best spent. I think there's been a voice from the public tonight as one of the recommendations, but there are other ways as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, question?
Councillor Clement.
Mr. Jeffers, the HUD ARP funds, are there strings tied to those? If we put those funds up and the project does go toes up or fails, do we pay those back to the federal government?
We would, whether it's with this project, any home project, if we put them in.
Councillor LaChapelle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to commend the people that are here. Thank you for taking part in our Constitution. This is our rights, and this is what we're supposed to do. This is what government's for. I have a lot of concerns. I have notes all over my paper here. We are not the dark side. Lewiston does care, and I care for every individual in the city of Lewiston. Lewiston has 4, 5, 6 shelters. How many does Auburn have? How many does Topsom have? How many does Brunswick have? So when we say we're the mean, vicious, evil people, they have none. We have 4, 5, 6. We care about our people. I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying we're not putting down the homeless. We've been accused of hating or criminalizing the homeless. That was not at all what this issue has been about. We never turned down the proposal. We were presented with information, some of it flawed, some of it inaccurate, and we, as good stewards of the citizens of Lewiston's taxpayer money, reviewed that stuff, asked the tough questions. Because, as Councilor Clement said, if it does go under, the citizens of Lewiston has to pay this back. The mental illness and drug addiction is vicious within our community. I am in full support of doing something. I don't know if this project, the way it sits right now, is the right one. I'm all in favor of committing my time, my talents, and my treasure towards helping find a way that we can all work together and assist and get something off the ground. I have worked in downtown Lewiston for almost 40 years. I have seen it. I've experienced it. I know it is true. I also have constituents that have lit up my phone saying that they do not want the shelter. I just ask for time. The money's not going anyplace. It's still there, that we can review this and move forward in a collaborative way that we all know what we're doing. 24 beds is not going to cure the homeless situation in the city of Lewiston. It will do it will definitely help the situation, but it is not going to cure the situation. So I'm in favor at this point of just a timeout. Let's look at it, let's work together, and let's see how we can come up with a solution that is palatable to everybody, that is safe to everybody. The homeless, the taxpayers, everybody in our community. I'm not against a shelter. I'm not against homeless people. I'm saying we have to be prudent and we have to move forward in a smart, intelligent manner. The operative word is forward, not against, not saying no. It's just one step at a time. We care in the city of Lewiston. The city of Lewiston has made it clear. I don't know of a church in the community that hasn't been supporting the poor. My church does. I've heard a bunch of other churches. I know some of the synagogues do. The mosques do. We're all in it together. But we have to be able to work intelligently without calling each other names, without vilifying anybody. Anybody. We don't move forward when we do that. So I would like to just moratorium. I will volunteer on any group that looks at this. And I could go on forever.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. Public comment is over. Councillor LaChapelle, did you have anything else to add?
Not at the moment, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Harriman.
Just a few more points. So the resource center that was proposed to us last month has come up a lot tonight. And I just wanted to remind people that this moratorium covers all shelters, not just that one proposal. So this would be, and I don't know how long the moratorium would be, but this would be setting us back for any shelter that wanted to operate. Another point is that we currently have a housing committee in the city tasked to deal with housing issues. I happen to sit on that committee. And I think it came as a surprise to most of the members that this proposal was coming up. And I feel like being directly related to housing, we should get the housing committee's, the feedback and input from the housing committee as to whether we should go forward with this or not. Also, I have received lots of communication about this. I would say dozens of emails, a few phone calls. I haven't heard a single person in that communication who was for the moratorium. Every single person both from my ward and from all over the city has been against this moratorium. And to me, it seems like, given the cold reception that the proposal got a few weeks ago, to me this smells like just a way to kill it and to kill all other shelters with it. It doesn't seem like a council that is it doesn't seem like good faith to want to further regulate something, but also not help with that same issue. The reception that the Resource Center got a few weeks ago from a majority of the council didn't seem very friendly or warm, and to me this just seems like a way to kill it and other shelters as well. Thank you.
Councillor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't doubt the passion shown by many here tonight, but things said here tonight, many of them are not based on fact. It's simply just not true. This is not a moratorium being presented here tonight. Item.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. If I can have it quiet in the audience, please be quiet. Thank you. Councillor Clement, please continue.
Mr. Mayor. The order is to direct staff to present a moratorium order on homeless shelters. This is if it is needed. This is what we have asked for. We're asking for time to review the entire situation. It is not a moratorium tonight. If we vote tonight, it is not a moratorium. It can't be a moratorium for another, I don't know, month and a half. A moratorium is a temporary measure. By statute in Maine, it can last no more than 180 days. I don't see it lasting anywhere near that. I take issue with the councillor from Ward 3 saying that we got a cold reception for this project here at our last meeting. because we asked some hard questions, that's a cold reception. We are the stewards of the City of Lewiston taxpayer money. We asked questions regarding that money. That's a cold reception? No, sir. That's due diligence on our part.
Please address your comments to the mayor.
Speaking through the mayor, can I address Councilor from Ward 3, sir? I've done so. Thank you. I'll move on. What we're attempting to do, it's been said that we denied this project. We did not deny the project. We asked questions about the project. Since that time, many council members have been vilified, vicious personal attacks, unwarranted personal attacks. That's correct, sir. Some of these coming from people who should certainly know better. We're not criminalizing anything. We are asking for some time to look over the situation. The other members of the council, myself and Councilor Jelinas, were on the last council when we had 2 shelters. I don't know what she received for telephone calls or information. I received emails, I received telephone calls about client behavior at both of these. And some of the situations that were talked about were just abhorrent to think that it would happen. The Armory required a police officer there 24/7 because of client activity in and around the Armory. This was paid for by the state of Maine. Your tax dollars paying for a police officer there because of the way people were acting.
With all due respect,
No, excuse me. Thank you. Public comment is over.
If that happens again, Mr. Mayor, I'd ask you rule the person out of order and eject them from chambers.
Can the audience please be quiet and respectful? Thank you.
Perhaps.
Please continue, Councillor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps we should put this issue out to referendum and let the entire city have their say.
Yep. Yeah, do it.
Can the audience please be quiet?
There's been a lot of misinformation presented here, much of it deliberately, about the city. I've had people contact me and ask me questions. I was told this, I was told that. And they were misinformed. I don't know why they were misinformed. I can only take a wild guess at it. The process here tonight does not create or deny any moratorium. We only ask staff if we have been proactive in dealing with issues that previous shelters have presented to us. Today I was informed that the City of Auburn has not received any request for funding in this nature. I was talking with an elected official from Auburn. So I just don't know. I have questions about the presentation, and I find it difficult to believe that we were cold by asking tough questions. I've heard tonight here a reference of a task force or a referendum. I have no problem with that. If we can get together on both sides, I am not against a homeless shelter. I am not against it at all. But I am against one that's run willy-nilly. Sir Humphrey Appleby said in his syllogism on government crisis decision-making, we have a problem. We must do something. This is something. Therefore, we must do it. I don't agree with that. And I think we need this timeout, as Councilor LaChapelle mentioned, in order to make sure we vet this and do the right thing for the people of Lewiston. I thank you.
Further discussion from the council? Councilor Pease.
Yes, I just want people to know I'm not against any shelters. I'm not against any of that. And for people to say that I am, that's wrong. To say that I mistreat, that I don't speak up, I listen before I shoot my mouth off. I don't speak for nothing. This moratorium, in my understanding, was to help get this package together properly so we can run it properly. 24 beds. I just heard some people tonight, there's 50 to 100 kids in school that don't have a place to stay. Where are you going to put them? Right? You're going to fill that place with the kids who should be there? What are you going to do with them? We have to think about this before we react. We have to take our time. We have to make sure that the funding's available. and that it's going to be properly set up. I'm for the shelter, but I'm also for some type of moratorium, or even go to the vote to the people. I have no problem with it. Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy?
This has been a tough one for me. Listening to the city council meeting when this was first brought up, I was there. I was in person, and I saw how everyone handled this. The presenters came across really well at first. They had all of their ducks in a row, and they were telling us all these bright and sunny stories of how they've got all their funding and how everything's ready to go. And so many of the counselors, well, have a lot of construction experience. They know what things cost. And when we started questioning the presenters, they got very defensive. Like we were attacking them. We were just asking earnest questions because we were putting money on the line. Money that City of Lewiston residents would be responsible for if it fails. And they have to be responsible. They have to keep the project going for up to 10 years. The federal government come back 9 years from now, and if it closes or if it goes under or whatever happens, the City of Lewiston taxpayers are liable for the money that we gave them. So, very next morning, all the attacks came from the presenters who presented this proposal. They attacked my fellow councilmen, personal attacks. They accused us of leaking information to sabotage their project. And I have not found one iota of proof that anyone that was privy to the confidential information did anything. And no one has proof that anyone did anything. It's all accusations, and you know what that gets you. The presenters gave enough information out at that meeting for anyone with any knowledge of Lewiston could have determined where the building was. 2-story building, vacant for many years, in the downtown area, close to services, but far enough away from the business district, covered with graffiti, homeless people sleeping in the front dooryard. Anyone could know that it was that building. So to accuse, with no proof, to accuse the counselors of releasing confidential information is ridiculous. And then they went on. It went on for weeks. It's been 2 weeks. It's been on Facebook. Lewiston Rock site. You would think that someone that wants the support of the city council would not so publicly deride the city councilors over them being stewards of Lewiston taxpayers. And I was shocked by some of the comments that were on there. And these were by the presenters of this project. So I question their ability to run a multi-million-dollar shelter by the time it's done, by the time it's built and all of the money going through it, multi-million-dollar shelter. I question their ability to do that. I am not for preventing homeless shelters. We have a serious problem. We have to do it right. Some of the aspects of their program are something that I've been wanting for years and years and years and don't understand why it hasn't been there. One-stop shopping for homeless people. They go in, they get the help, they get counseling for getting a job, they get counseling to get off of drugs or alcohol. That part of the program I am for. My question is it being a low-barrier shelter. Our experience with the Lewiston Armory shelter, which was a low-barrier shelter, the neighbors were up in arms. We had packages stolen. We had people defecating out in public. We had, I think the police answered 180 or somewhat number of calls in the 3 months it was open. So there's definitely low-barrier shelters bring problems. So that's my opposition, and this is why I support a moratorium. because we need to know how low barrier shelters affect the cities where they are. And I don't have that information. I've been a city councilor for 2 months. I don't have the resources available to make that decision. I don't have I can't make a knowledgeable decision on something like this without having all of the answers. So this moratorium, as proposed, was up to 180 days. It's a pause. It gives us time to collect all our information. One of the things that come out, I met with one of the presenters yesterday, and one of the things, I found out stuff about shelters that I didn't know, and stuff that I should know, and stuff that I need to know. But one of the things they said that the other shelters aren't regulated. And that sort of caught me off guard. Well, maybe we need to look at that. Maybe there needs to be some sort of regulations in place so that they're operated better serve the homeless people in the city. More homeless shelters, hey, I'm all for helping these people, but we have to do it right. So I actually, and this was one of the ideas that came up in the conversation yesterday, was I was told that the community at large would soundly support this project. So I support a referendum. It would go out to the people of Lewiston, and it would determine whether they are for or against a low barrier shelter. And as a representative of Ward 2, if my or the citizens of Lewiston in general, if they say we want a low barrier shelter, then damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. But I think we need to pause and make a determination on whether we do a referendum, whether there's things that we need to do from our experiences with the other 2 low barrier shelters, with the experience that other cities have with low barrier shelters. That's what people need to know. Does it draw people in? Now, yes, homeless people, we want to help everybody, but I want to help the people of Lewiston first. And I don't want to, they say they build it and they will come. Well, that does happen. And
excuse me. Thank you. Please continue, Councillor McCarthy.
We were respectful of all of the people in the audience when they came up and spoke. And I would expect that everybody in the audience would give us the same courtesy. Thank you. Anyway, I am for the moratorium, or at least exploring it. I think we have a diligent and knowledgeable city staff that can craft something that will work for us. And if it leads to a referendum, it leads to a referendum. If the moratorium, it's up to 180 days. I believe we could end it sooner. Administrator Hunter?
It would be based upon the ordinance how it was drafted and the time frame that was in the draft.
Could it be drafted as up to 180 days?
Yes, it could be.
So at any point along the time, if we have all our answers, we could move and lift the moratorium.
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that people have to understand with us counselors is if anyone that was here at the 6 o'clock meeting saw the budgets that we're going to be dealing with. Over the next 2 or 3 months, that's our focus. We're not going to have a whole lot of time to delve into the realities of the shelter and how we need to control it. Now, I know that's unfortunate for the people involved in this, but it's reality. I work 50-plus hours a week. I have the city council. I have the finance board. I have the airport board. And
Councilor McCarthy. Excuse me, if you'd like to speak, please exit the room and do so. Otherwise, please be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. So in order for me to put due diligence into this project, I need a little time. Thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
I just wanted to remind folks that a referendum is not immediate. It would go to at least the next regular election, which is in June. There are also issues potentially of voter turnout as well. That, I mean, as with all elections, you get what you get. But I am concerned if this were a referendum that it would just further delay things, possibly put into jeopardy any grant applications that are currently out there. I know this isn't just about the one presentation that we got a few weeks ago. It would stop all shelters, but if they have any grants that they're working on, I'm sure that whoever grants that money would not be very giving with a moratorium in place. And another clarifying point, I believe with the Armory shelter, the police officer that was stationed there 24/7 was included in the initial budget and proposal. It wasn't a reactive issue; it was a proactive issue to quell concerns from neighbors in the neighborhood. So it wasn't that they were needed because of issues; they were put there proactively to try to mitigate any. Thank you.
Administrator Hunter, there's been some questions and I think some confusion. Are you able? Oh, I'm sorry. Are you able to, I guess, share what the vote would be tonight, and then is the city in position to share what the moratorium process looks like for getting that approved?
Yes, as discussed previously, the vote tonight is instructing me to do so. At that point in time, an ordinance would be drafted. You would approve the ordinance, and then the ordinance would go to public notice and public hearing, and you would approve it or opine on it at that point in time as you would with any other ordinance.
Thank you, Administrator Hunter. Councilor Scott, did you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you. Just for clarification, we can direct city staff to look at things and do things without putting a moratorium in place. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Thank you.
Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you. And I see Link has some questions, or I'd like to hear his input.
Yeah, and actually, I just skimmed a 75-page document from HUD, looking for those deadlines, both to allocate the funds. The only one I could find was a drawdown, which has to be September 30th of 2030 is when the money needs to be spent. As far as I looked and kept double checking, looking for a date, when does it need to be allocated? It talks about a process, not a date. And that's 10 minutes standing here scrolling on my phone. So let's not say that's the last word, but a pretty good sense. It's a process, it's not a date. Yeah.
Councilor LaChapelle, please continue.
Yes, Administrator Hunter, you have a mind for numbers. Rather quickly, how much money does the city of Lewiston put out for Section 8 housing and Lewiston housing?
We do not put out anything as a city. I would have to get that information from Lewiston Housing.
Lewiston Housing. What is our
department? They would, some of that is protective information, so I would have to see what is available to report out on. But I can reach out and get that information.
Does it point out to how many families or how many individuals that we assist throughout the year? Not given names, just numbers?
That should be what it should be, numbers and dollars.
That's
is typically what the report out would be.
Okay. And do we have a comparison to other municipalities within our region?
I would think that there would be something available, but it's not been a question that's been raised before, so I would have to see the data that's available.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor McCarthy.
Administrator Hunter, are you or any of your staff aware of any other shelter that is being proposed at this time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So this moratorium, to your knowledge, would not affect any other shelter?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Scott.
Which also means that we don't need to do a moratorium, that we can look into this and have a task force. I'm just saying.
Further discussion from the council? Councillor Clement?
Mr. Mayor, I move the previous question.
Do we, so we have a motion. Do we have a second, LaChapelle? Councillor LaChapelle?
Sure. So the motion is to move the previous question. It was moved by Councillor Clement, seconded by Councillor LaChapelle. So that would mean to go for an immediate vote, and the outcome of that vote would be, if it passes, to stop discussion and to go to the actual pending motion.
Do we, does that vote need a supermajority?
It does, because you're taking the rights away from the body to continue discussion, so it does require a supermajority, which in our case would be 5 votes.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
So again, the motion before you is to move the previous question. Councillor from Ward 7.
No.
Ward 1.
This is just voting to move the question so that we vote on what is agenda number 9, correct?
Right, so the motion before you is to move the previous question. If it is adopted, it stops the current discussion, and then you immediately go for the vote on the motion that is pre-printed in your book.
Yes.
To be clear, it stops debate.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councillor Scott is a yes,
Yes.
vote? Thank you. Councillor from Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 5-2.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sure. So just for clarification, the motion before you is to direct staff to present a moratorium order on homeless shelters at the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting. Councillor from Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 4-3.
Please. Thank you. Agenda item number 10.
Item number 10, order approving an order of condemnation to lay out and alter Nob Hill Avenue and to take certain property in the city of Lewiston for this purpose. Requested action, order approving an order of condemnation to lay out and alter Nob Hill Avenue and take certain property in the...
This meeting will stand at ease for just a second as people leave. Well, I appreciate you saying that.
Okay, I'm not done. Like I said, there needs to be some very honest. I'm not done.
I'm used to working under very noisy conditions, so this was not bothering me, but I understand your point. I agree completely. Please, if you're leaving, please do so. Administrator Hunter, would we be able to shut the outside door, or?
It's a public meeting, so no, unfortunately not.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please continue.
Sure. I'll just read it again for clarification. Item number 10, order approving an order of condemnation to lay out and alter Nob Hill Avenue and take certain property in the city of Lewiston for this purpose. Requested action, order approving an order of condemnation to lay out and alter Nob Hill Avenue and take certain property in the city of Lewiston for this purpose.
Move for passage, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Clement, followed by Councillor Peace. Council discussion? Councillor Jelanis.
If I could direct my question to Mr. Boley.
Oh, yes, Engineer Boley.
Thank you.
I remember, hearing some information about this, and just wanted you to confirm, have residents of Nob Hill been notified about this? And is it my understanding that no one's really going to be impacted by this action?
Right, yes, they were sent letters notifying them of this hearing. And no, I received 2 calls just briefly wondering how it would impact them, but those 2, it had no impact.
No impact. Okay. Thank you.
Further comment, further discussion from the council? Public comment on this? Or anything? Yes, right. Yes, public comment first. Anything else you'd like to add, Engineer Bully?
I can explain further if you'd like, or if you're familiar with what's going on. I'm all set. I thank you for your offer, but it seems like we're okay up here. So, back to discussion for the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 11.
Item number 11, order authorizing the city administrator to take the necessary steps to sell the property adjacent to Nob Hill Avenue as relocated. Requested action. Order authorizing the city administrator to take the necessary steps to sell the property adjacent to Nob Hill Avenue as relocated.
Councillor Pease.
I'll second.
Followed by Councillor Clement. Anything you'd like to add, Administrator? No. Discussion from the council? Public comment? Back to the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 12.
Item number 12, order authorizing the allocation and disbursement of $5,500 of CDBG public facilities funding to Tree Street youth. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the allocation and disbursement of $5,500 of CDBG public facilities funding to Tree Street youth.
May I have a motion? Councillor Pease, followed by Councillor Harriman. Anything you'd like to add, Director Jeffers?
Just in a nutshell, we've already helped them dry up the basement, clean out a bunch of stuff that was there. They had a wet, humid basement. It's now dry, but the water that was being expelled wasn't making it the city stormwater system. This additional funding is simply to make a pipe that's connecting it to the city stormwater system, and it was also discovered after the leak was repaired, the basement drainage was repaired, that there was a leak between the city water main and the building, between the meter, which is why it was not discovered. So there's been a water leak that also needs to be repaired. We're hopeful that can all be done for that $5,500. I heard right at the end of the day that they will need to take up a portion of sidewalks, so we might need a little bit more money than that $5,500. So I think it's a small enough amount. If the council is comfortable with the allocation of the $5,500 tonight, it might be another $1,000. I don't know what it takes to repair a sidewalk once it's peeved up and put back down. So it's a little bit more money. We could either just add a little bit of money to it, but I think that's literally I discovered, and I said, "Can you give me a number?" And nobody was around that could give me a number.
Administrator Hunter, would they have to come back for an additional amount at that time, or how would that be handled?
Lincoln, are you posting these as
Yeah,
public notices?
this particular pot of money was approved in last year's CDBG budget last May. It was public facilities, and it was sort of an ongoing. The only statement I made at that time was anything that was to be approved for funding from that pot of money would come to the council to make you aware of it and say, yeah, we want to do that, or no, we don't want to do that. So the dollar amount's sort of inconsequential. There's no 30-day or 5-day. There's no public notice requirements with it. It's just making you aware that this is an expenditure and to get your blessing for it. And I think the dollar number itself is somewhat inconsequential. You like to know it. I'm not going to tell you it's 5 and it's 20, but it's going to be very close to that 5,500 is what we expect.
Your thoughts, Administrator Hunter?
The council can do an amendment and do a not to exceed amount if they wish.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Clement?
I would move that we amend this to allocate up to $6,500 for the purpose of this project, not to exceed. That would cover it, do you think?
Is Jeff still here? No.
He's the guy I should have asked, but yes.
Well, if I may, Councillor Clement, I'm concerned that maybe 1,000 won't be enough. I'm thinking 7,500.
I have no problem with that, if you're comfortable with it. You're paying taxes as well.
Me and Councillor Clement will split the difference here. So.
I'll do that on record if you do 60.
Is the council comfortable at 75? Or Councillor Jelinas?
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, I sit on the CDBG committee now, and so I'm wondering, is this money that we're talking about, as we try to figure out what to do with this year's pot, I'm just making sure that these funds came from before, so it's not going to impact decisions we're making currently.
Yeah,
is that correct?
That is correct. This was last year's pot of money.
Then I would go ahead and support that 7,500, Mr. Mayor.
Are you adjusting your amendment to
I have no problem with that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and then do we have a second on Councilor McCarthy? We have a second. Madam Clerk, do we need to vote on this amendment before we vote on the item?
Yes, please, unless they want to incorporate it as a friendly amendment. Otherwise, it should be voted
Would
on.
incorporate it as a friendly amendment.
It is now a friendly amendment.
And so I'll just need to get clarification. So the person who moved the original motion was Councillor Pease, seconded by Councillor Harriman. Do they concur adding that language as a friendly amendment to their original motion? Excellent. Thank you so much. Yes.
Further discussion? Councilor LaChapelle.
Mr. Mayor, Director, this is for the Tree Street Youth Program?
Right, and it was repairs to their building.
So that is a nonprofit organization that helps children, helps homeless people, helps all that, correct? So that means we're doing something nice, and we're not the vilified dark side of the world counselors that we are portrayed.
Hear, hear.
That was not a rhetorical.
I'm not expecting
you don't want an answer.
I'm not expecting you to answer that, Director Jeffers. Further discussion from the council? Madam Clerk, have we been to public comment for this?
Not yet.
Public comment on this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Word 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 13.
Item number 13, order authorizing the LA Veterans Council to accept a decommissioned Army tank to be permanently displayed at the Veterans Memorial Park. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the LA Veterans Council to accept a decommissioned Army tank to be permanently displayed at the Veterans Memorial Park contingent upon funding approval.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor Jelinas. Discussion from the council? Or I guess Director Bruncheck.
Good evening, everyone. A few weeks ago, we were approached by Mr. DeWitt, who is the chairman of the LA Veterans Council, to accept a tank. They needed permission from the city because we own the land. So they asked for permission for us to do this in writing so that they could submit the paperwork to be able to be considered to get this decommissioned Army tank. The location that they wanted to put it in was a little bit tight on the lot that they had, so we suggested a different spot. And in the letter that Mr. DeWitt signed and submitted as a request, he agreed to the coordination of this being in the lower parking lot, which would expand the Veterans Park a little bit. We didn't talk about exact installation because that would be something the city is paying for. They would be covering the shipping and delivery of the tank, and the city agreed through our administrator that we would cover the installation of it, whatever that would take. We don't even know what this tank looks like yet. And so from what we've had, and this is just getting permission to write this letter that they can accept this. It isn't guaranteed. They have to go through a process for it to actually be accepted. And I think you'll hear a little bit later is that we have an agreement with the veterans group that was in 2011 that kind of outlines our relationship and obligations to each other. And I don't think that's been conflicted at all with trying to follow that. But, you know, there's a lot of details still left to be developed. And I know that, you know, Mr. DeWitt is here to say that he didn't like that location. So that's not what we're voting on tonight. But he'd like to hear some more concerns, I guess, about where he would like to have it located and where we have suggested it to be located. But that's not what we're voting on tonight.
Administrator Hunter, did you have something?
No, I would remind or echo what the director said. The $20,000 for site work is in the proposed FY23 budget. So we have to approve the letter. They have to actually receive the tank, and then that would be part of the site work to actually locate the tank.
I understand. It's my understanding that this it's a M60A3 or. And it's my understanding that this tank, I think, normally weighs 60 tons. Is that what's that?
57,000 tons.
Okay, so what is that? 30? Yeah. Okay. All right, not quite 60, I guess. Then. Okay. Well, then it's no problem. Okay. A discussion from the council. Councillor Pease.
I think this here is just another small way we show some gratitude to our vets. That park is small. I would like to see it 3 times that size. I'd like to, see a lot more done. So I have no problem whatsoever doing this.
Councillor Clement.
Just before I came to the meeting tonight, I received an email from a constituent in opposition to this, and I have no idea why. The gentleman is a veteran. I, as a veteran, my father-in-law is honored in that park for his service in World War II. I think it's a great idea. Maybe we can have them put an American flag on the side of this decommissioned tank, or maybe we can get one that is not decommissioned, and we can enlarge the park by virtue of the tank. One just has to think of all possibilities. It's called the ripple effect, sir.
Further, Councillor Harriman?
I just had a couple questions about this map. I see tank in 2 different locations, and I was just wondering, in our packet, the proposed location was in this lower parking lot area, but now I see it between the path and the river, and I'm just curious.
We do not have an agreement on where the tank is to be placed. And we, the LNA Veterans Council, will not accept the tank, and we will withdraw our petition for the tank until we can reach an agreement with the city on where it's going to be placed. It's going to cost us a lot of money to move that tank. We have to get a crane and we have to get a truck.
Excuse me, sir. Please come to the podium. Thank you.
Right.
Thank
okay.
you.
Yeah,
if you can please identify yourself too, that would be wonderful.
Again, my name is Jerry DeWitt, and I'm the chairman of the LNA Veterans Council and commander of Franco-American War Veterans Post 31 here in Lewiston. This is the original map plan of the LNA Veterans Park, and you see down here in the parking lot is where Public Works wants to put that tank. We feel that that is in violation of our agreement to work together on page 1, item 4, adjacent property, that the city is in violation of its own order there. We're not allowed to put anything in the parking lot. We feel that it belongs up here where I showed you on the map that I gave you. If we can't come to an agreement, then we don't really want to accept responsibility for it.
Thank you. I just have a couple more questions. So that proposed location, I would just be concerned about, I know there's a lot of pathway there, but I'd just be concerned about blocking the view of the falls and the river. There are several benches there as well. And then my other question is not related to the tank, but it says proposed F-86 Sabre.
That's there.
Yeah, I thought it was a F-7
there,
or something.
It's actually a Corsair.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I was confused, because I didn't think it was an F-86, and I was...
Yeah, it's an old map.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor McCarthy?
I would like to see the tank come to some agreement with the council. Obviously, my fear, though, is where they want to put it, right on the banks of the river, 57,000-pound tank, that eventually it would be in the river. I don't know if the riprap and the construction of the surface there would be able to handle that kind of weight over a long period of time, and we would either be rescuing it and having to move it and relocate it, or God forbid something happens, something lets go and it's upside down in the river. So I think while I'm for the tank, I think that there needs to be a compromise. I don't like the Public Works location. I think they need to work on it, but I'm for a compromise with the council away from the banks of the river.
Public comment on this?
Hi, Paula Maselli, Ward 6. I live on Dawn Avenue. My father was a veteran. I've got uncles, cousins. Everybody's name are on plaques over there. I was not born in this country because my father was serving. I'm all for the veterans. I want this tank here. The parking lot is not the best area. I'm afraid, I mean, you look down there, it's all graffitied. Even if they put it on a pedestal, it's going to take away from parking for the veterans to go to memorialize their family at this park. We've got to find a better place. They need the parking for that, but there is still place to put the tank. So I'm all for the tank. I don't like where it's being put. According to Jerry, we don't even need that much money to do all of this. How many people come to council and not ask for as much money as the city wants to give them? So let's just take a good look at that. That's all I'm in support of.
Further public comment?
Elizabeth Ames, Ward 3. I would like to hear from Councillor Clement what the person who said they were against the tank said, because oh, okay, you were against the tank?
No, I'm not. I'm against where the city wants to put it in the parking lot.
Is that?
I want to keep the parking so veterans, many of them are in wheelchairs, walkers when they go Veterans Day, Memorial Day. It's hard to cross the street.
My point is that the councillor should be responsible to their constituents. If there's a constituent who said something you don't agree with, you should at least dignify their position instead of dismissing it.
Again, Jerry DeWitt, we don't feel that it's necessary to spend $20,000 of the city's money to build a pedestal to put a tank on. If you look at other installations around the state of Maine and in Maine State Veterans Museum, the tanks are either on the ground or on gravel base or on a cement slab base. They do not need to spend $20,000 to put them up on a pedestal this high. It's a waste of taxpayers' dollars. The other concern that I need to express to you is that these decisions were made before consulting with myself or anybody from the L&A Veterans Council. I asked and found out that they had met down at the park and already made the decision where they were going to put the tank. And we weren't consulted about it. So we are told now that that park is not the Veterans Park. It does not belong to us. It belongs to the city, and the city owns everything on it, and we have nothing to say about it. And we are very upset with being dealt that hand. We have built that park with your gracious donation since 1998 to be the jewel of the Androscoggin that it is today, and the first thing that people see crossing that river. And we're proud of it.
I have a question, Director Brenchick. If the tank is placed in the parking lot, how many parking spaces will be, I guess, occupied by the tank in the surrounding area?
Approximately 4.
How many total parking spaces are in that lot?
Approximately 60.
Further discussion? Any other public comment?
Good evening, or I should almost say good night, right? I'll try to be brief. I'm Christine Holden. I live at 183 Summer Street, Lewiston. Since I'm a historian, it's probably appropriate to mention some other historical facts in Lewiston's past, namely the Lewiston Tomorrow work of the 1970s, right around the bicentennial. At that time, there was a lot of consideration about how one might approach and look at our city. And there was a recognition that a lot of people came down Court Street from the other city, crossed the bridge into Lewiston. And the idea was that the approach should show a gateway, an attractive part of Lewiston. Some efforts have been made in that direction with establishing a park area to the left on the river, and then somewhat later, the small mini park named after a former mayor. But I think I also live, as you know, from Summer Street. That means I'm very near the Riverwalk and all of the wonderful ways in which we approach the river, whether it's going through actually Riverside Cemetery or the city property nearby. I find it almost unbearable for Mr. DeWitt to say that the park and the military equipment there is a jewel of the Androscoggin. I admire the service of those who have worked for this country and others to maintain peace in the world. I do not believe that it is appropriate to add more equipment that signifies death and destruction and injury, especially at this time in the world when we're seeing tanks rolling through streets against civilians. If you want to show work that veterans do that is rebuilding or helping the injured or the injured veterans, yes, but we've already got enough war machinery there. I would be strongly against adding to it, particularly with something like a tank. And I have to say, every time I cross the river from Auburn and see the plane there, it does not fill me with joy and beauty. Thank you.
Further public comment? I'm sorry, sir. You've already had public comment. Thank you. Further public comment from anybody else?
John Connor, 408 Pleasant Street, Lewiston. As a 20-year Air Force veteran, I am proud to see that airplane. I just want to ask that the Army tank not be elevated higher than the Air Force tank airplane. Thank you.
Duly noted, Representative. Back to the council. Please
Matt Roy,
continue.
Ward 3. I almost said Ward 6 again. Having nostalgia moments, I guess. But to counter McCarthy's point, based on the outer position, wouldn't the pedestal be structurally a better solution to that potential problem instead of having it just on the ground? Because a pedestal would give it, reinforce some kind of structural integrity, because all that's pretty much keeping that bank from going in the river is all the stone on the bank, correct? Just saying.
Public comment is now closed for this agenda item. Back to the council for discussion. Councilor Pease.
I just have a question on for the director. Where you put tank public works, there's a stone wall there. Mm-hmm. What would be the issue of putting it in front of that wall? Back on the allotted.
It's a banking right behind that. It's a pretty steep banking right behind it. So it couldn't go on the back side of that wall. And the intention for that budget was to create it more like a park, like it's an extension of the park. It's not going to sit on the parking lot. It would actually have a border, have the grass, have the pedestal, have some seating benches, not picnic tables, and be part of the park. So that's why we agreed to that, and Mr. DeWitt was there agreeing to that spot at one point. So we're trying to look at all those best alternatives. And the spot on the lawn is really the only spot where people can see the fireworks. And in addition to trying to do more lighting with the falls and more activity around the falls, that's the only lawn there is. So we're just looking at alternatives. And again, he did agree to that at one time, We can continue to look at other spots, but I still think it's the best spot.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Clement?
Mr. Mayor, I would respond to Ms. Ames. I've read the email now. I didn't have a chance to read it fully. But the gentleman in my ward that wrote to me said, I'm writing to you on an item the City Council will discuss this evening. It just come to my attention. The City Council will consider a request from the LA Veterans Council for approval to install a decommissioned M60A3 Army tank at the Veterans Park by Longley Bridge. Although this was not mentioned in the online agenda, it's my understanding the city is being asked to budget money for the project. As a veteran, I strongly oppose this measure. In part, the addition of yet another piece of military hardware, such as the Korean War-era jet, threatens to blight what should be, excuse me, we bounced up here. Let's get back to, I've lost part of that apparently. It is even more egregious if the city is asked to donate funds for this endeavor. I have other thoughts on the matter, but time is short. I wanted to get this note to you before the council convenes.
Thank you. Councillor Herman?
I was kind of torn when I first saw this on the agenda, and I appreciate the comment from the previous speaker. I may be just not the target audience here, but I agree that whenever I come across the bridge, when I go down Main Street, I don't really feel a sense of welcome and a sense of peace at that park due to the military equipment that's there. I really appreciate all the sacrifices of our veterans, and I find the monuments there really interesting and moving. I just don't find the war machines to be a beneficial addition, and I mean, I'm torn on this because I know it's an issue of respect, but just to me, it just doesn't seem like a very welcoming thing for people entering our city. Thank you.
Councillor McCarthy?
I disagree with that. I think that considering the names that are on the memorials there, that some of those people probably died in military equipment like that, either in M60 or something like that. And I think it goes to memorialize that. As far as, war machines and tanks and stuff, alluding to what's going on in Ukraine, I'm sure that the Ukrainian people wish they had more tanks at this point in time. And I think it signifies not only a recognition of the sacrifices that the people who are recognized on those plaques offer. I think it also offers the youth in the city an opportunity to see some of that equipment. It offers parents and grandparents the opportunity to talk to their children about, people who have served, either flown in the Air Force or drove a tank. I know when I was a kid, I was mesmerized by military vehicles. So I think just the opposite. I think it's a great thing. It's a veterans park, and it should represent the veterans. And I'm all for the tank, and I'm hoping that Mr. DeWitt and the Public Works Department can get together on a spot that works for everybody, because we're all in this together. But I am for this opportunity.
Councillor Scott, did you have something to add?
I do, thank you. So my Pepe's in that park. My Pepe's name's on that wall. My Uncle Danny's name's on that wall from Vietnam. And till my kids were almost in the 7th grade, I homeschooled my kids. And this was one of the things that we went and did. We went and looked at my Pepe's name, and I taught my children about all the different historical stuff, about the different wars, where he was, his fight, this 5-inch naval gun. He used one of those in the Pacific. To my family, it's an important piece. And I don't have an issue with adding the tank personally. I do have concerns with it being located over there on that corner and this ground being stable for it. And I, along with Councilor McCarthy, hope that the City Council and Mr. DeWitt, the Public Works and Mr. DeWitt can come to an agreement as to where it is. I and my family take great pride in my Pepe and my uncle being there, and I would hate to see us lose this. It's not for everybody, but for me, it's my family's history, and that's important.
I do, yeah, I support the tank being placed into the park. However, we need to come to some agreement about where it is. And, the truth is, it just can't be anywhere. It's massive. It will block we do not need it blocking the view of the falls or anything else. And once it's there, we won't be able to move it easily. I wonder if there can be another Administrator Hunter. I wonder if there could be another meeting between Public Works and the Veterans Council, or to come to some conclusion on the placement of this tank.
Of course.
Well, there you go. Thank you, Councilor Pease.
Everybody's talking about their Pepes and Memes and everybody else that's down there. Well, I have my father and several others that are there. But most importantly, I have a lot of classmates that are on there, those monuments. And it moves me every time I go by there. I think of them. So I'm very firm on getting that tank. This thing is part of it. Sorry.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Clement.
Briefly to Councilor McCarthy's point, the names of many veterans are down there. My father-in-law is there. He served proudly in the United States Navy. The tank would be not only an emblem of a machinery that we use successfully to fight oppression, the reason we're probably not speaking German or Japanese today, but that tank was not necessarily built by the people whose names were on the wall. Those were people that built machinery for the wartime effort. Many of them worked very hard at that, building ships, the Liberty ships, which were built right in South Portland, Maine. I don't know where the tank was built, but that's quite a massive machine. I did my basic training at Fort Knox, the home of armor. And believe me, I saw every tank in the world down there. And some of them are pretty awesome machines. The fact that this only weighs 57,000 pounds, it's kind of a small tank by comparison. But I think it's in tribute to those who gave to the war effort above and beyond uniformed service. I stop and I think it's been a number of years since my father-in-law has passed. I think of him every time I drive by there, back and forth on the bridge. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you please read the motion again so we can clarify what exactly we're voting on?
Sure. The motion is to approve the order authorizing the LA Veterans Council to accept a decommissioned Army tank to be permanently displayed at the Veterans Memorial Park, contingent upon funding approval.
I recommend to the council that we vote on this and approve it, and recommend that the city and the Veterans Council meet again to determine placement of this tank. Councilor McCarthy?
Would it be possible to table this to give Mr. DeWitt and the Public Works time to work it out so there's no ambiguity?
That would be up to the city council.
Anything else, Councilor McCarthy?
No, thank you.
Councilor LaChapelle?
Is there any need to table it, Councilor? I think we just approve it, and Mr. DeWitt said it comes down to they won't accept it. We just approve it right now if they come to an agreement. I think it'd be a shame for him to pull back, but I'm sure they're both reasonable. Everybody's reasonable within the room. Conversation can achieve.
We have always worked with the city council and recorded everything we've done in the park, and we will continue to do so. And we will work with Public Works in any way we can, as long as we can agree together, work together.
and when both sides give a little bit, it's amazing what we can accomplish. Sorry, that was another shot.
Did anyone else have anything to add at this point? Madam Clerk.
Councilor from Ward
Wait,
7.
sorry, one second. Is there any more discussion from councilors? Madam Clerk. Oh, sorry, Councilor Pease. Please continue.
Just like clarification once more about that. I made a motion, and
Right.
what's happening here?
Yes, so the original motion that's printed in your book was moved by Councilor Pease, seconded by Councilor Jelinas. And the motion before you, Councilor, is to approve the order authorizing the LA Veterans Council to accept a decommissioned Army tank to be permanently displayed at the Veterans Memorial Park, contingent upon funding approval.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 7.
Yes.
Ward 1. Yes. Ward 2.
Yes.
Ward 3.
No.
Ward 4.
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Ward 6.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6-1.
Madam Clerk, are we on agenda item 14?
Yes, item number 14, order authorizing the city administrator to negotiate and execute a purchase and sale agreement and other related closing documents for acquisition of property on Blay Boulevard. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the city administrator to negotiate and execute a purchase and sale agreement and other related closing documents for acquisition of property on Blay Boulevard.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor Jelinas. Discussion from the council? Sorry, before the council, Director Brencheck, did you have anything to say about this?
This is just a small lot that's surrounded by city property and would be advantageous to the new park that we're creating on East Cody Street.
What we discussed in the discussion.
Thank you, Director Brencheck. Discussion from the council? Public comment on this item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Awesome amount of power, but I'll vote yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Reports and updates from councilors? Councilor Scott?
So I actually have quite a long report for the school committee's budget process that we've been going through, and I'm wondering if my fellow councilors would mind if I put that off until Thursday when we meet. Tomorrow evening we are meeting again, and we are going to have our discussion on what we're going to be cutting. We've already been through all the articles, but I'd like to give some explanation, and I'd like maybe if during the budget, when we talk about budget and we get our books on Thursday, then maybe I can do some report there and go through some of it, and we can talk about it then without taking another bunch of time right now. If my fellow councilors wouldn't mind, and we can have that discussion then.
Administrator Hunter, your thoughts on that proposal?
That would be fine. You are having the joint school committee, city council
On Monday anyways,
too,
yeah.
so it may just be fine to wait till that update at that point in time as well.
Oh, okay. Further comments and updates? Councilor Clement?
Like there might be lesser information in the report after tomorrow night. You're going to be cutting some things. I say go for it. Let's bring it on Thursday.
Okay.
Councilor Jelinas?
Just want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for, a lot of you are aware we had a 2:00 press conference here today in response to the mayor forming, an ad hoc committee to address substance use disorder and recovery in our community. And, it was well attended, and just want to make sure that all of our, community is aware of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Scott?
I'm sorry, I did have one more thing. Before tonight's meeting, I met with the Lewiston Youth Advisory Committee upstairs, and I just wanted to report that not only are these kids phenomenal and should be recognized for all the hard work they're doing, especially with the McGraw Park, but they've just chosen to do a couple more projects, and the vast majority of that council now are all seniors, and they are pushing through their last couple of months in school, which I told them tonight was your longest time. This is going to go quicker than you can even imagine with everything that's happening. But they are choosing to do 3 projects to help with trash pickup. They've already spoken to Director Brenchek about Public Works helping them on April 16th. They're doing another project to raise money to have a sustainable fund for McGraw's field, for that field over there, so that that's always maintained. And they're also working on another big project in June that they did not tell me about yet, but I'm looking forward to hearing about. So I just want to say that they're doing a phenomenal job. Yeah.
Councillor Clement?
Mr. Mayor, your Finance Committee last night approved an item that will provide amenities and signage for McGraw Park. I know you participated with some of the council in the sledding. I don't know whether you participated in the sledding, but you were at the event, so.
I was at the event, yes.
Okay, but and the comments that I heard was, gee, wonderful place, but what is everything? So the signage and amenities have been approved and should be installed by our venerable Public Works Department, I think, in the very near future.
I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. Further updates from the council? Next agenda item,
Sure.
Madam Clerk.
Item number 16, any other business councilors or staff may have relating to Lewiston City Government.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Clement?
I move under Council Rules, Section 11, that we suspend the rules for the purpose of considering an appointment to the Lewiston Planning Board.
Second the motion.
Discussion on this motion? Councillor Scott?
I guess I'm just curious as to who, and I would prefer as a counselor, before I make any vote, to know who I'm voting on and what's happening. So I just have a question on that, a little clarity, please.
We vote to suspend the rules only at this time, then a motion would be made. That would be the procedure.
Councillor, Madam Clerk, can you please clarify what's germane to this current motion?
I'm sorry.
You have a motion and a second to suspend the rules, so at that point, it's discussion on the suspension of the rules and or vote at that point.
I guess discussion on the suspension of the rules. Councillor Harriman.
I just feel uncomfortable voting in such a way, not knowing what we're going to vote on, especially at, the 11th hour of a very long meeting, and we had no advance notice of this, so it's just kind of coming out of the blue.
Further discussion? Do we need to go to public comment for this?
You can, sure.
Public comment?
Alicia Ray, Ward 3. I echo my counselor's sentiments that this is a surprise, especially literally at the 11th hour of this afternoon.
Alex Pine, Ward 1. I'd like to see this continued some other time. I think I'm seeing tiredness on everyone's face. It's been a very long night. It doesn't seem like a good time to suspend rules and go outside of process.
Mr. Mayor, Matt Roy, Ward 3. I would agree with the councilors for Ward 1 and 3. And Mr. Mayor, if I may ask the city clerk a question?
1 second, sir. Madam Clerk, is that allowed at this point?
Sure.
Well,
yeah, 1 second, sir.
If I...
No, 1 second.
I was going to clarify.
No, please, 1 second. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Sure. If
please
the
continue.
member of the public is seeking a question regarding a procedural matter, they can ask the question through the mayor, and if the mayor feels it's appropriate, the mayor could direct it to staff.
Thank you. Please direct your question to me, sir.
Yes, Mayor. Per city charter, planning board appointments are by the mayor and not by the council president, to my knowledge. Correct, Madam Clerk?
Madam Clerk, would you like to answer that?
Sure. So under the city charter, appointments to full members of the planning board, the appointment is done by the mayor and confirmation by the council. Associate members to the planning board are appointed by the mayor solely. There's also a clause, though, in the charter regarding a 60-day window. And if the mayor does not make an appointment within a 60-day window, then the appointing authority reverts to the city council. and we do have currently one vacancy as a full member on the planning board that has been vacant since January 4th.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, if I might continue with my remarks.
You have a minute and 28 seconds.
Yes, that's I would argue that's a technicality, since the council in a 3-3 vote didn't approve a mayor's nomination. It could be argued that's a technicality under the rules set out in the city charter. Thank you.
Administrator Hunter, did you have something to add?
Yes, that we did seek legal opinion on that, and the process that we are taking at this point to have the city council weigh in on the appointment is the direction we were advised to take.
Further public comment? Back to the council for discussion. Councilor Harriman?
I was just looking for our welcome packet, or the rules in our welcome packet, or suggestions, I should say, and I wasn't able to find it, but I believe there was an item in there just based on standards and decorum of the city council to avoid gotcha moments, and to me this is the definition of a gotcha moment. I have no idea who we're voting on, and I had no idea that this was going to come up on the agenda.
Councilor Scott?
I'd also like to add that there was discussion that we had as a council that if something was going to be added to the agenda, we were going to have that in by 12 o'clock on Wednesday prior to the Monday's council meeting. I also recall there being conversations that suspensions of rules that happened several times last year by other boards and committees was something that most people did not like. So I'm very concerned about this.
Further discussion on this motion from the council? Madam Clerk, please call. Madam Clerk, can you please restate what we're voting on, and then please call the vote.
Sure. So the motion before you is to suspend the rules and to add an item to the agenda at this time regarding appointment of a planning board member. Are you set for the?
Please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 7?
No.
1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 4-3.
Councilor Scott? Or Councilor McCarthy?
Mayor, I move that Michael Marcotte, a resident of Ward 7, a former city councilor and member of the planning board, be appointed to fill the existing vacancy on said board. He lives at 12 O'Connell Street in Lewiston.
I'd second that.
Discussion from the council. Councilor Scott?
So, honestly, I am kind of blown away right now. And the reason I am is that we discussed as a board that we were going to have respect for each other. And I personally, not that I would not vote for Mr. Marcotte or anything or any name that you brought up, but I would appreciate that I am notified prior to a vote or a suspension of rules that you're going to do something like this. I am not happy right now. I've got to say that publicly. I'm not happy at all.
Councilor Harriman?
Yeah, I would also say I'm pretty disgusted by this. I think that we need to know who we're voting on, and you know, I'm not familiar with Mr. Marcotte. I have heard his name. I would like to do a little bit more research. I'd also remind the council that as Councilor Scott said, we through our initial planning meetings adopted a set of rules, including, as Councilor Scott mentioned, agenda items would be in the clerk's office by noontime. This was very strongly pushed for by some councilors, and I agreed with that. I think there should be a deadline, so we don't have at almost 11 o'clock after it's been about 5 hours now, that we're considering someone who we have no time to research. Some of us may not even know much about this person. I think that if we're putting people on a board to serve the community, that we should consider them at least with some carefulness. And I don't think we should be doing this at 11 o'clock at night.
One second, Councillor. Madam Clerk, did Mike Marcotte apply for this position?
He did, yes.
Do we have his application handy?
I do not have it with me, no, sir. It's upstairs in my office, but I don't have it with me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jelinas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Honestly, this just feels really sneaky and yucky, and I'm really disappointed in finding out that these, continued sidebar conversations with some of our councilors are going on. It's shameful, and I just need to go on record and say that is.
Councillor LaChapelle.
Thank you. I apologize to my fellow councilors. This isn't sneaky. This isn't. We went to the mayor multiple times. Out of all the appointments, we asked for one, and it was told that that he was going to make his decision based on getting new faces and people that have not been within the city, not been formally involved in different boards. We requested one. This is quoting what he said in the newspaper, with our new charter. This is supposed to be a collaborative effort between the council and the mayor. And he said it does not have the desired effect because the council requested one out of all the seats. We have been given in the past from some of his appointments, was given to us when I walked in and was presented that way. We have had zero input on some of the appointments. So this is not in any way to sabotage the other councilors. I apologize if you feel that way, but I stand by my decision.
Councillor Harriman.
I would just like to add that I was not part of any of those conversations as to whether the council would get a pick. It was my understanding that the rules are for this particular position that the mayor nominates or appoints and the council approves. I accept that as a councilor that I don't have that authority to nominate someone, that I have the one of 7 votes to approve. I also am curious, and I don't know how many councilors were part of these conversations, but I would just remind, I believe it's the case that a meeting of 4 councilors is supposed to be a public meeting. And if 4 councilors, because I wasn't one of them, I was unaware of this, if 4 councilors were meeting on an item outside of the public process, that is a severe violation of our rules.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Scott.
I'd also like to remind my fellow councilors that whatever the situation you may have and a discussion you want to have with the mayor, you disrespected us. I didn't know this was on the agenda tonight. I didn't know that this was going to happen. We were supposed to serve in good faith with each other. Right now, I don't feel that way. Right now, I honestly feel that the 4 of you are now in charge, and what does my voice mean to anybody in this community? And I do have a voice, and I do have constituents that I represent. I'm sorry. I could have had a good conversation about this. I would have had, if you had added this to the agenda on Wednesday night, been willing to have that conversation. But I wasn't given that opportunity. And personally, I'm kind of pissed.
Madam Clerk, would it be possible to see the application?
Sure. If you'd like to stand in recess, I can run upstairs to my office and get the application.
If it pleases the council.
Move the vote.
Is that a motion?
I move the previous question, Mr. Mayor.
So now we have a motion to move the vote, and I understand that this takes a majority, correct?
I'm sorry, so I just need some clarification. Councillor Clement moved to move the previous question, is that correct? And I'm
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
was there a second to that? I apologize.
Councillor LaChapelle.
Thank you. Yes, so it was moved and seconded to move the vote. It does require a vote. There's no discussion, and it requires 5 votes for a supermajority because you're shutting down discussion, which means taking away rights of the body. So it does require 5 votes.
Please call the vote.
Councillor from, Councillor from Ward 7.
No.
Ward 1.
No.
Ward 2.
Can I get a clarification what we're voting on?
Sure. So the motion before you is to move the previous question, which means to stop discussion on this topic. And then if it passes, then the very next item will be the motion that's pending before you, which is to appoint Michael Marcotte to the planning board.
And so if this doesn't pass, what happens?
Then discussion would still be allowed to occur.
Okay, I vote no.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, Councillor. So no to move the previous question. You're voting no. Thank you. Councillor from Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
And Ward 6?
I'll vote no to keep discussion going. I'll stay here all night to keep discussion going.
So the motion did fail by a vote of 2 to 5. So the motion before you for discussion is appointment of Michael Marcotte to the planning board.
And if it pleases the council to stand at recess to allow this our Madam Clerk to retrieve his application and make copies for us.
Does that take a council vote?
Have we received copies of anybody else's applications when we voted for that individual?
Madam Clerk, were those included in council packets?
The applications for the mayor's nominations and appointments, if they went on the council agenda, yes. The applications for the appointments were in the agenda packet, if that is the question.
Was that the question? Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you. Yes, they were included as part of the council packet.
Yes.
Councilor Harriman?
Yes, I just wanted to confirm that, yes, I have seen several of those applications in our agenda packets.
They're towards the back of the packet. So if it pleases the council to allow the Madam Clerk to retrieve Mike Marcotte?
Yes, Michael Marcotte, yes.
Yeah. Do we need a motion for that to stand at recess?
You could also just request, if there's no objection, just do it by unanimous consent, if that's another option for you, if that's the wish of the council.
Is there any objection?
I think it's just dragging on the meeting. I mean, does anyone on here need it?
I'd like to know who I'm voting on.
Okay. Well, there was several appointments that we voted on that I didn't know about, so, but if you want to spend some more time, go right ahead.
I believe we have a unanimous consent at this point.
So we'll stand in recess for the next couple of minutes. I
or can we have an actual recess, or would that be more advantageous at this point?
The council can elect to go into one of the executive sessions and maybe do 2 executive sessions and come out and continue this discussion. That will give the clerk time to make the photocopies she needs for the application, if that's okay with the council.
How does the council feel about that suggestion from our administrator?
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
Fine. Stand in recess for 5 minutes and go into executive session.
Okay. Do we need a motion to go into executive session?
Yes, you do.
Madam Clerk, please.
So the first executive session is pursuant to Title I, Section 405(6)(c) to discuss a real estate negotiation, which premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Clement, Councilor Jelinas. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We are heading into executive session, and then we will be back. And we're back. I guess we have received the application, and I guess if councilors have questions or want to take a minute to read it at this point and continue with the discussion. Have we been, I'm sorry, or Councilor McCarthy.
If anyone looks over this application, you'll find that Mr. Marquardt is well qualified for this position that we're putting him up for. I would not have supported him if that wasn't the case. So, one of the things that bothered me a little bit how this all came about tonight. But it also bothered me when we get vilified in the press because of things that we do unnecessarily. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Further discussion from the council? Councilor Harriman?
I guess I would just add that if this is the way that council's going to operate, it's going to be a long 2 years.
Public comment on this agenda item.
My name is Alicia Ray. I live on Bardwell Street, Ward 3. I have so many thoughts right now. I suppose the first of which is I'm glad people figured out how to count to 4 so that they could just take over. That's cool. I think, there's been a lot of comments tonight about disparaging comments, about being vilified. It stinks. Like, I sat there for 4 years. I don't know how many times I got called a little girl when I was representing my community and trying to do my best. And I want to believe y'all are trying to do your best, but it's hard to feel that way right now. Especially, we just came from a term where things were so nuts and there was so much criticism, especially of the school committee, who again was doing their best for suspending rules and following these the parliamentary crap that exists. And here we are, just going to use it to our advantage, I guess. The mayor's position in the city of Lewiston by charter is not terribly powerful, unfortunately. No disrespect to you, Mayor Schlilling, or to anyone who's served in that position before, but one of the powers is the power of appointment, and it is tempered by the council's approval of that. No one spoke to why they voted down a very qualified candidate previously, and we just don't know. And so maybe we will spin up tales about what villainy exists. I don't know. If you leave these questions unanswered, at least provide a justification. I served with Councilor Marquardt on this body, and we had our disagreements, but I never felt like he was going to pull something like this. I felt like we had enough respect that we could talk about things, but I have grave concerns about this process. I can't even speak to the appointment itself, but I guess this is the way it's going to be. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Well, I want to,
please.
Alex Payne, Ward 1. Is that enough, or do I have to do street too?
You're okay. Please continue.
Okay. I want to acknowledge everyone on the council and the mayor and the staff for this really quite intense meeting. I think, I really appreciate the service that you're all doing in trying to do the right thing. It seems really apparent to me in the exchange that we saw earlier about this issue that I think many people, or maybe everyone, I don't know, I don't want to speak to your feelings, is feeling slighted in some way, that, this is sort of a gouge back and forth. And I would really, as a taxpayer, as a voter, as someone in this community, I'd really encourage, and I'd really like to see my city government work together to figure things out. If they have displeasure about how things are run, that those are voiced, in a public way, and that, those are addressed openly and not necessarily through procedural ways or, through any sort of last minute changes like this. I think, and I think in a lot of ways this was compounded by some of the other agenda items tonight, or the one other agenda item tonight that was very controversial. And it seems like it's been a really tense evening for folks, an evening where people are having a lot of feelings around their service, around what they do. And I think, there were earlier calls for having, temperance in decision making. And I think when you look at how, the federal government's structured, there is a lot of temperance, right? That's something that's kind of special in American politics. We tend to run a little slow here. And maybe this isn't a bad time to do that too. Take a little time to reflect. So anyway, I'll give everyone the 30, 28, 25 seconds back, and hopefully we can get over with this night.
Further public comment? Back to the council for discussion. Councillor Harriman?
I just wanted to, just by way of explaining my vote, I will have to vote no, knowing almost nothing about this person, having just found out about this a few minutes ago.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sure. Councillor from Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 4 to 3.
Motion to adjourn?
Well, do we?
Have
We're
a
still
second
in.
on that.
What's that?
There's a second on the motion to adjourn.
Well, we're still.
That wasn't a second. That was the one to say something.
That's what I mean. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you wanted to say something.
Well, we're still in under new business, correct? That agenda item.
Other business.
Other
yes.
other business.
Other
yes.
business. Yes.
Okay. So I guess other business, Councillor LaChapelle.
I want to take this opportunity to say publicly thank you to the staff for this evening, and to you, Mr. Mayor. I think you have run a excellent meeting. This was not easy as your first time out having a full crowd like this, and you did a fine job. So I commend you on your work this evening.
Thank you. Further discussion on this agenda item? And what is the next? My packet is quite a mess. What is the next agenda item, Madam Clerk?
This is actually the last item.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Motion to adjourn then?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second. Okay. Councillor Scott, followed by Councillor Clement. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sure. Councillor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Absolutely, yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
I'd like to wait 10 more minutes so we can get, no, yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
See you Thursday night.
Have a good evening, everyone.